Imagine being so goddamn smart, you exploit a legal loophole that lets you beat the living shits out of villains and walk away every single time. This is Bane Izuku. No quirk, just drugs, muscle, and big dick energy. The cops hate him. The villains fear him. You're gonna love him.
Welcome, legends, to Chronos Recom. I wrote this story myself, so if you have any suggestions or what-ifs you want to see, drop it in the comments below. Also, just wanted to let you know I've got a Patreon set up now for anyone who wants to support the channel directly. You can get early access to stories, submit direct fan requests, and get exclusive content. It's totally optional, but if you want to help keep these stories coming, check it out. Links in the description. And don't forget to subscribe, like, and hit that bell so you never miss an upload. Let's dive into this story.
The journal smelled like war. Not that Izuku Midoriya knew what war smelled like at 14 years old, but when he pulled the leather-bound book from the rusted lockbox buried beneath old photo albums and moth-eaten baby clothes in the back of his family's storage unit, something primal in his brain recognized the scent. Sweat. Gunpowder residue embedded in the leather grain, blood that had soaked into the pages and dried brown over what must have been decades, maybe centuries. His mother had sent him down to the basement storage to find winter blankets. October in Musatafu brought a wet chill that seeped through apartment walls, and their heating unit was on the fritz again. Inko Midoriya worked 2 jobs and still couldn't afford the repair. That was life, without a quirk in a quirk-dominated economy. You got the scraps. Izuku had been reaching behind a stack of cardboard boxes when his hand closed around something that wasn't fabric. Cold metal. A lockbox, military grade by the feel of it, wedged into the corner where the concrete wall met the floor. Someone had hidden it there deliberately. The lock was old. Izuku broke it with a flathead screwdriver and 30 seconds of leverage. Inside, the journal. A set of chemical formulas written on separate parchment, sealed in a watertight tube, and a photograph, faded, cracked, black and white, of a man so large he barely fit in the frame. He wore a mask, not a superhero mask, a luchador-style mask that covered his entire head, with white lenses where the eyes should be and tubes running from the back of his skull down to his forearms. The man's physique was grotesque in its perfection. Muscles stacked on muscles, veins like highways beneath the skin. On the back of the photograph, in handwriting that matched the journal, "I am Bane. I broke the bat. Let this be my legacy." Izuku sat on the cold basement floor and read the entire journal in one sitting. 3 hours. He missed dinner. His mother called his phone 6 times. He didn't hear it ring. The journal was written in English, Spanish, and scattered passages of Latin. Izuku spoke fluent English. One of the few advantages of being a quirkless kid with no social life was unlimited time to study. He'd taught himself 4 languages by 13, because when every door in the world slams shut in your face, you learn to pick locks. The journal told the story of a man born in a prison. Peña Duro, a Caribbean hellhole where the strong ate the weak, and the weak simply ceased to exist. This man, his ancestor, if the family tree scrawled on the inside cover was accurate, had been sentenced to life imprisonment as a child for crimes his father committed. He grew up in darkness. He educated himself by reading every book the prison library held. He trained his body in his cell every single day until the guards feared him more than the other inmates did. And then the scientists came. They brought a chemical compound, an experimental supersteroid called venom. They injected it into prisoners to test its effects. Most died. Hearts exploded, brains hemorrhaged, bodies couldn't handle the strain. Bane survived. The compound didn't just make him strong, it made him something else entirely. Something that could go toe-to-toe with beings who moved at supersonic speeds and bench-pressed buildings. He escaped the prison. He traveled to a city called Gotham. And he did what no one else in history had managed to do. He broke the Batman's spine over his knee. Izuku read that passage 3 times. He'd spent his entire life worshipping heroes. All Might posters on his walls, notebooks full of quirk analyses. A dream so bright it burned, to be a hero, to save people with a smile, to prove that quirkless didn't mean worthless. That dream died 11 months ago. I am sorry, young man. Without a quirk, you cannot become a hero. All Might himself had said it, on a rooftop, after Izuku had watched the man deflate from a golden god into a skeletal wraith coughing blood. The symbol of peace had looked him in the eyes and told him the truth that everyone else had been too polite or too cruel to say plainly. You are nothing. Izuku had gone home that night and stared at his All Might poster for a long time. Then he took it down, folded it neatly, and put it in the trash. He didn't cry. He was done crying. Now, sitting in a basement storage unit with the journal of a man who had conquered gods through sheer will and chemistry, Izuku Midoriya felt something he hadn't felt in 11 months. Purpose. Not the bright, shining purpose of heroism. Something darker, something with teeth. He looked at the chemical formulas on the parchment. Venom. The compound was complex, a cocktail of synthetic hormones, adrenaline precursors, neural accelerants, and a binding agent that Izuku didn't recognize but suspected was derived from a now extinct plant species. The formulas were detailed enough to replicate, assuming you had access to the right precursors and a working knowledge of biochemistry. Izuku had a working knowledge of biochemistry. He'd been studying quirk biology obsessively for years, which meant he understood human physiology at a level most medical students didn't reach until their third year. He could make this. But the journal was clear on one point, underlined 3 times in aggressive strokes. Venom is a multiplier, not a foundation. A weak man who takes venom becomes a strong corpse. Only a body forged through absolute physical mastery can survive the compound. You must first become the weapon. Venom merely sharpens the blade. Izuku closed the journal. He looked at his hands. Small, soft, the hands of a boy who'd spent his life writing in notebooks instead of building calluses. That changes now. He stood up, tucked the journal and the chemical formulas into his backpack, and went upstairs. He told his mother he couldn't find the blankets. She sighed and ordered one online with money they didn't really have. Izuku felt guilty about that for exactly 4 seconds before the guilt was swallowed by something bigger. He went to his room, locked the door, and began planning. The training nearly killed him. That was the point. Izuku started the next morning, 4:30 a.m. He'd drawn up a regimen based on the exercises described in Bane's journal. Prison-style conditioning designed for confined spaces with 0 equipment. Push-ups. Pull-ups using a door frame-mounted bar he bought with his savings. Squats. Planks. Handstand holds against the wall. Burpees until he vomited, and then more burpees. The first week was agony. His muscles screamed. His joints popped in ways that couldn't be healthy. He threw up after every morning session and could barely hold a pencil in school. His classmates, the ones who already ignored him because quirkless kids were invisible, noticed nothing. His mother noticed. She asked if he was feeling okay. He told her he'd started exercising. She smiled and said that was wonderful. She didn't know he was doing 400 push-ups a day. By the second week, the vomiting stopped. His body was adapting. The human body is a remarkable machine. It will become whatever you force it to become, as long as you're willing to pay the price in pain. Izuku was willing. He modified his diet. No more convenience store bento boxes and microwave dinners. He researched optimal nutrition for muscle hypertrophy and bought bulk rice, chicken breast, eggs, and vegetables with money he earned from a part-time job stocking shelves at a grocery store 3 nights a week. His mother was confused by the sudden shift, but supportive. She started cooking his meal prep on Sundays, happy to see her son eating well, even if she didn't understand the obsessive precision of his macronutrient tracking. By the end of the first month, Izuku could do 500 push-ups without stopping. His chest and shoulders had thickened noticeably. The softness was burning away, replaced by hard lines beneath his skin. But push-ups wouldn't make him strong enough. He needed real weight. He found a condemned building 6 blocks from his apartment, an old warehouse that had been gutted by fire years ago and never demolished because the property was tangled in legal disputes. The ground floor was littered with debris, concrete slabs, steel beams, rusted machinery parts, heavy things, dangerous things, perfect things. Izuku turned it into his gym. Every evening after his grocery store shift, he went to the warehouse and lifted. Not with proper form, not with safety equipment, not with a spotter. He gripped jagged concrete slabs and deadlifted them until his hands bled and the skin tore off his palms. He pressed rusted steel beams overhead until his arms shook and his vision tunneled. He carried engine blocks across the warehouse floor, one end to the other, back and forth for hours. He bled. Every day. His hands were raw meat for the first 2 months. He wrapped them in athletic tape, and when the tape soaked through red, he wrapped more tape over it. The skin eventually hardened into calluses so thick he could grip broken glass without flinching. He broke himself. A hairline fracture in his left wrist during month 3 from catching a concrete slab that slipped. He couldn't afford a doctor. He splinted it himself using knowledge from a first aid manual and kept training with his right arm for 3 weeks until the left healed. It healed stronger than before. Bones do that. Wolf's Law. Stress makes them denser. And he rebuilt. Every injury made him more. Every failure taught him what his body could and couldn't do. And then he pushed the couldn't further out. Alongside the physical training, he studied the journal's other contents. Bane hadn't just been a brute, he'd been a genius. A polymath who spoke 6 languages, mastered multiple martial arts, understood advanced engineering, and could dismantle an opponent's strategy as easily as he could dismantle their spine. The journal contained detailed notes on combat philosophy, structural anatomy, leverage principles, submission holds from wrestling traditions across the world, and the biomechanics of destroying the human body with maximum efficiency. Izuku absorbed it all. He practiced the techniques alone in the warehouse, shadowboxing against imaginary opponents, drilling joint locks and throws on a heavy bag he'd fashioned from a duffel bag stuffed with sand and rags. He watched footage of professional wrestlers, MMA fighters, judo champions, anyone who used leverage and grappling to overcome larger opponents. He studied them the way he used to study quirks, obsessively, analytically, filling notebook after notebook with observations and tactical breakdowns. 3 months in, he found a retired underground fighter named Goto, who ran an unlicensed dojo in the back of a laundromat in Musutafu's Naruhata district. Goto was 63, missing 2 fingers on his left hand, and had a quirk that let him slightly harden his skin, useless in a fight against anyone serious, but enough to have survived decades in the illegal fighting circuit. He looked at the 14-year-old boy standing in his doorway, a boy who was already thicker and harder than most grown men, and asked what he wanted. "I want to learn how to break people," Izuku said. Goto stared at him for a long time. Then he laughed, a raspy, ugly sound. "You're honest. I like that. Come in." Goto taught him dirty, not the refined techniques of a licensed martial arts school, the brutal, efficient methods of someone who'd fought for money in basements and parking garages for 30 years. Eye gouges, throat strikes, how to dislocate a shoulder in one motion, how to hyperextend a knee with a single stomp, how to use an opponent's momentum against them, redirect force, find the structural weak points in any stance. Most importantly, Goto taught him the backbreaker. "This is a finishing move," Goto said, demonstrating on a training dummy. He lifted the dummy overhead, gripped it by the chin and the thigh, and brought it down across his raised knee. The dummy's spine bent at an angle that would have been catastrophic on a human body. "You use this when you want to end someone. Not hurt them. End them. You understand the difference?" Izuku understood the difference. He practiced the backbreaker until it was second nature, until his body performed the motion with mechanical precision. Grip, lift, slam. 3 steps. 1 ruined opponent. 6 months into his training, Izuku Midoriya no longer looked like a 14-year-old boy. He looked like a weapon someone had built in a lab. His shoulders were broad enough to fill a doorframe. His arms were thick, corded with muscle, and road-mapped with veins. His core was a slab of ridged muscle that flexed visibly when he breathed. At 5 feet 6 inches and 175 pounds of dense, functional muscle, he could deadlift a car engine and hold a one-arm pull-up for 30 seconds. His base strength, no venom, no chemical enhancement, just meat and bone and willpower, was roughly equivalent to a mid-tier strength quirk user, roughly 2 tons of lifting capacity. He tested it by lifting the rear axle of an abandoned pickup truck in the warehouse lot. He was ready for venom. The chemical synthesis took 3 weeks. Izuku sourced the precursors from online suppliers, medical surplus shops, and for 2 ingredients that couldn't be obtained legally, the Naruhata black market. The binding agent described in the original formula used a plant extract that no longer existed, but Izuku had spent months researching alternatives and found a synthetic substitute that molecular modeling suggested would work. Suggested, not guaranteed. There was a real possibility the compound would kill him. He built the delivery system himself. A pressurized tank, slightly larger than a thermos, designed to strap to his back between his shoulder blades. From the tank, reinforced polymer tubes ran down both arms, secured against his skin with medical-grade adhesive and threaded through custom-sewn sleeves in a compression shirt. The tubes connected to injection ports he'd engineered from modified insulin pump components, embedded in armored gauntlets on his forearms. A control dial on his left wrist regulated the flow. 5 settings, each one increasing the venom dosage proportionally. Level 1, minimal enhancement, a boost to push past his natural limits. Level 2, moderate enhancement, significant strength and durability increase. Level 3, major enhancement, combat-ready power. Level 4, extreme enhancement, reserved for serious threats. Level 5, maximum output, everything the compound could give. The journal warned that Level 5 was never meant for sustained use. Minutes, not hours. The heart and vascular system could only handle that much stress for so long before catastrophic failure. Izuku filled the tank with the compound. Neon green. The color surprised him. He'd expected something clinical, something that looked like medicine. Instead, venom looked alive. It glowed faintly in low light, thick and luminous, pulsing through the transparent tubes like something with its own heartbeat. He went to the warehouse at midnight, alone. If this killed him, he didn't want his mother to find the body. He strapped the tank to his back, connected the tubes, sealed the gauntlets around his forearms. The injection ports pressed against his skin, cold and precise. Tiny needles positioned over the veins in his inner forearm. He set the dial to level 1. His thumb hovered over the activation switch. "I am Bane's legacy," he said to the empty warehouse. His voice was steady. No tremor. No fear. He'd spent 11 months preparing for this moment. 11 months of bleeding and breaking and rebuilding. If the compound killed him, at least he'd die as something more than a quirkless nobody. He pressed the switch. The needles bit into his forearms. The venom entered his bloodstream. For 2 seconds, nothing happened. Then his vision went white. Every muscle in his body contracted simultaneously. He dropped to his knees, jaw locked so tight he thought his teeth would shatter. His heart rate spiked. He could feel it hammering against his ribcage like something trying to escape. His skin felt too tight. His bones felt too dense. Everything was pressure, expansion, force, seeking an outlet. His forearms swelled visibly. The veins in his arms glowed green as the venom raced through his circulatory system, branching out like neon lightning beneath his skin. His shoulders broadened. His chest expanded. He grew. Not dramatically at level 1, but enough. An inch of height. 10 pounds of dense muscle mass materializing as the compound supercharged his biology. The pain peaked and then broke like a wave, replaced by something else entirely. Power. Not the abstract concept of power he'd spent years studying in his hero analysis notebooks. Actual, physical, overwhelming power. He could feel the concrete floor beneath his knees and it felt fragile. He could feel the air on his skin and it felt like resistance he could push through. He stood up and the motion was effortless, like gravity had loosened its grip. He walked to the nearest concrete slab, a broken wall section he knew weighed approximately 400 kilograms. He'd barely been able to deadlift it at his natural maximum. Now he gripped it and stood up, straight. The slab came with him like it was made of styrofoam. He pressed it overhead with one arm. Izuku laughed. Not a joyful laugh, not a relieved laugh. A dark, rumbling sound from deep in his chest that echoed off the warehouse walls. He set the slab down and looked at his reflection in a fragment of mirror propped against the wall. Bigger, denser. The venom tubes ran down his arms, glowing neon green, pulsing with each heartbeat. He looked like something out of a nightmare. He looked like his ancestor. He turned the dial to level 2. More venom flooded his system. The muscles expanded further. He grew another inch. His shirt strained at the seams. He picked up a steel beam that he knew weighed over a ton and curled it. Like a dumbbell, he turned it back to 0. The venom drained. His body contracted back to its natural state. Still massive by normal standards, still built like a professional athlete, but human. Mortal. The crash hit him like a train. Exhaustion, nausea. His hands shook and his vision swam, but he was alive. He spent the next week testing each level, one at a time, documenting the effects meticulously. Level 3 pushed him to 6'2" and gave him the strength to lift and throw a mid-sized car. Level 4 brought him to 6'6" with proportional power increases. He estimated 8 to 10 tons of lifting capacity. At level 4, the warehouse's support columns cracked when he punched them. He didn't test level 5 yet. He wasn't sure the warehouse would survive it. The mask was the last piece. He designed it based on the photograph. A full-head luchador mask in dark green and black with white polycarbonate lenses over the eyes, and a built-in voice modulator that dropped his register to a bass rumble. The back of the mask had connection points for the venom tubes, though for practicality he routed the primary supply through the forearm gauntlets rather than cranial ports. The mask was reinforced with a layer of Kevlar weave. Not enough to stop a bullet, but enough to survive a punch from most quirk users. He pulled the mask on in front of the warehouse mirror. The lenses caught the dim light and gleamed. The venom tubes ran from his back, down his arms, glowing green. His body, even without venom active, was a wall of muscle that most adults couldn't match. He was 15 years old. He was 5'6", and he was the most dangerous person in Musutafu who wasn't a licensed hero. He looked at his reflection and spoke. The voice modulator turned his words into something deep and resonant, a sound you felt in your chest before your ears processed it. I am Bane. The first night changed everything. Izuku had been monitoring police frequencies for 2 weeks, mapping crime patterns in Musutafu's downtown district. He'd studied the schedules of local hero patrols. Death Arms covered the commercial district from 10 p.m. to 2 a.m. Kamui Woods took over until 6. Mat Lady was technically assigned to the area, but spent most of her shifts doing interviews and social media promotions. There was a 40-minute gap between 11:20 and midnight where the commercial district's southwest corner had zero hero coverage. The First National Bank of Musutafu sat right in that dead zone. On a Thursday night in late March, 3 men with low-tier quirks hit the bank. One had a quirk that let him melt locks by touching them, useful for getting through the vault door. Another had a hardening ability in his fists, not as strong as Kirishima would eventually develop, but enough to punch through reinforced glass. The third had no notable quirk, but carried a sawed-off shotgun and a mean disposition. They got through the vault door at 11:31 p.m. They were loading cash into duffel bags at 11:34 when the power went out, not the building's power. Izuku had cut the main electrical feed from the junction box in the alley. The bank's emergency lighting kicked on, bathing everything in dim red. The 3 robbers froze. The one with the shotgun racked it and pointed it at the vault door. Who's there? No answer. Just the hum of the emergency lights and the distant sound of traffic. Then the vault door groaned. Metal shrieked against metal. The massive steel slab, 6 inches thick, weighing over 2 tons, began to move. Not swing on its hinges. Bend. The center of the door buckled inward as something on the other side pressed against it with force that shouldn't have been possible. The door tore off its hinges and flew across the vault room, slamming into the far wall with a concussive boom that shattered the safety deposit boxes. Standing in the doorframe was a figure that didn't look real. 7 feet tall, shoulders so wide they nearly touched both sides of the vault entrance. Muscles that looked carved from stone, every fiber visible beneath skin that was laced with glowing green lines. Tubes ran down both arms, pulsing with neon light. A mask, green and black, with blank white eyes that reflected the red emergency lighting like something demonic. Good evening, gentlemen. The voice was deep enough to vibrate the air. The 3 robbers stumbled backward. The one with the shotgun fired. The blast caught the figure in the chest at point-blank range. The figure looked down at the buckshot embedded in his compression shirt. At level 3, the venom-enhanced muscle density had absorbed the pellets like they'd hit a sandbag. Shallow penetration. Blood, but nothing structural. That was rude, the figure said. He moved. Not fast in the way speedster quirk users move. There was no blur, no afterimage. He was simply in one place and then he was in another, closing the distance in 2 strides that covered the entire vault. His hand closed around the shotgun barrel and crushed it. The metal crumpled like aluminum foil. The robber screamed and let go. Izuku grabbed the man by the front of his jacket, lifted him off his feet with one hand, and threw him into his partner with the hardening fists. They collided and hit the wall together. The hardening user tried to stand, activating his quirk. His fists turned to stone-like density. "Oh," Izuku said. "You have hard hands." The man swung. Izuku didn't dodge. He caught the hardened fist in his palm. The impact made a sound like a hammer hitting an anvil. The man's eyes went wide. His quirk was supposed to be unbreakable at this level. Izuku squeezed. The hardened fist cracked. The man screamed as his quirk shattered and his fingers broke beneath it. Not hard enough. Izuku twisted the man's arm behind his back, hyperextended the elbow until it popped, and shoved him face first into the floor. One down. The lock melter was running. He'd abandoned the money and was sprinting for the emergency exit. Izuku didn't chase. He picked up a chunk of the destroyed vault door, a piece of steel weighing roughly 80 pounds, and threw it. The chunk hit the running man between the shoulder blades and sent him sprawling. He slid across the marble floor and didn't get up. The shotgun wielder was crawling toward the exit, whimpering. Izuku walked over, each footstep heavy enough to crack the tile. He placed one boot on the man's back and pressed down. Not enough to break anything, just enough to make it clear that he could. You chose to rob this bank on a Thursday night. You knew the Hero Patrol gap was between 11:20 and midnight. You did your homework. Izuku's mask tilted. So did I. He pressed a little harder. The man gasped. I suggest a career change. Izuku zip-tied all three of them to the bank's lobby support columns using industrial restraints he'd brought for the purpose. He left them conscious but immobilized, with their stolen money neatly stacked beside them for the police to recover. Then he walked out the front door, right into Death Arms. The pro hero was big, 6'2", heavily muscled, with a quirk that amplified his arm strength. He'd been on his way to respond to a silent alarm triggered by the vault door breach, and had arrived to find the scene already handled. He stared at the massive figure walking out of the bank, the green and black mask, the glowing tubes, the sheer size of him. Stop right there, Death Arms said, settling into a combat stance. Whoever you are, you're under arrest for illegal quirk use and vigilante activity. Izuku stopped. He looked at Death Arms. Even at level 3 enhancement, he towered over the pro hero by nearly a foot. He let the moment stretch, then he laughed. It was a deep sound, distorted by the mask, reverberating in the night air. Not mocking, exactly. Amused. I have no quirk. His voice rumbled like thunder trapped underground. Check your database. Death Arms hesitated. The hero's earpiece crackled. He was running the figure through the facial recognition systems, but the mask made that impossible. Body type analysis then. Cross-referencing with the quirk registry. Everyone has a quirk, Death Arms said, but he didn't sound certain. Not everyone. Izuku raised his arms, showing the tubes that ran from his forearm gauntlets to the tank on his back. The venom pulsed green. What you are looking at is chemistry and engineering. Perfectly legal supplements delivered through a perfectly legal system. I did not use a quirk in that bank because I do not possess one. Those men attacked me and I defended myself. You broke through a vault door. I am simply natural talent. Izuku flexed. His muscles swelled, the venom tubes brightening. Death Arms took an involuntary step back. The Vigilante Suppression Act of 2XX prohibits unauthorized use of quirks for combat purposes. I have committed no such violation. What I have done is intervene as a private citizen to prevent a crime in progress, as is my legal right under Article 14 of the Citizens Protection Clause. Death Arms' mouth opened. Closed. He looked at the bound robbers inside the bank. He looked at the massive figure in front of him. His earpiece crackled again. Dispatch confirming that they could find no quirk registration matching anyone of this description, and that the legal department was flagging the situation as complicated. You cannot hold me, Izuku said calmly. You cannot arrest me, and you cannot stop me. I suggest you focus your energy on the criminals I have gift-wrapped for you. He turned and walked away. His footsteps echoed down the empty street. Death Arms didn't follow. He stood there, fists clenched, jaw tight, and watched the enormous figure disappear into the shadows. The police arrived 4 minutes later. They found 3 robbers bound and waiting, the stolen money recovered, and a very agitated pro hero who couldn't explain why he'd let the perpetrator walk. By morning, it was on every news channel. Unknown vigilante stops bank robbery. Hero unable to make arrest. The footage from the bank's exterior cameras was grainy but clear enough. A massive figure, mask and tubes, walking away from death arms like the pro hero wasn't even worth acknowledging. Social media exploded. The figure had no name, no identity, no quirk on record. The police couldn't classify the incident. The Hero Commission couldn't issue a warrant because no quirk law had been broken. The internet, being the internet, gave him a name within hours. The Green Monster. Izuku watched the coverage from his bedroom, mask off, venom tank disconnected, looking like an ordinary, if unusually muscular 15-year-old. He ate his meal prep chicken and rice and read the comment sections with clinical interest. He's got to have a quirk, right? There's no way someone does that naturally. Database says no quirk. Dude is literally just built different. He broke a guy's hand through his hardening quirk. That's not natural talent. The legal analysis channels are going crazy. Apparently, the Vigilante Act only covers quirk usage. If this guy is really quirkless, there's a massive loophole. Green Monster is based as hell. Finally, someone doing what the heroes won't. Izuku closed his laptop. He looked at the mask sitting on his desk, the white lenses staring back at him. Green Monster. He turned the name over in his mind. It wasn't bad, but it wasn't right. He opened Bane's journal to the first page where his ancestor had written his manifesto in bold, deliberate strokes. I am not a monster. I am not a hero. I am Bane, the breaking of everything that believes itself unbreakable. Izuku would keep the media's name for now, let them call him what they wanted. But he knew who he was. He was Bane. The second incident happened a week later. A quirk-enhanced gang was extorting businesses in the Echo shopping district, 5 men with varying low-tier quirks demanding protection money. The local hero office had filed reports, but hadn't prioritized the case because the gang avoided violence that would attract media attention. They were smart about it. Implied threats instead of overt ones. Izuku wasn't smart about it. He was direct. He showed up at the gang's base of operations, a converted auto garage, at 1 a.m. He didn't sneak. He walked through the front entrance. The rolling metal door buckled when he kicked it, flying inward off its tracks and crashing into a stack of auto parts. 5 men. 3 reached for weapons. 1 activated a fire emission quirk, shooting a stream of flame at Izuku's chest. The fire licked over his compression suit and across his mask. At level 2 enhancement, his skin was dense enough that the heat caused superficial burns, but no real damage. He walked through the fire like it was a mild inconvenience, grabbed the flame user by the throat, and lifted him off his feet. Fire, Izuku said, his mask voice rumbling. Impressive against civilians, less so against someone who does not care. He threw the man into his partners. 3 of them went down in a tangle of limbs. The remaining 2 charged, 1 with the weapon, a crowbar, and 1 with what appeared to be a low-level strength enhancement quirk. Izuku disarmed the crowbar wielder by breaking his wrist. A simple maneuver, catch the swing, redirect the momentum, twist at the joint. The anatomy doesn't lie. Wrists break at 30 foot-pounds of torque. Izuku applied 60. The strength-enhanced gang member was bigger than his friends, maybe 6 feet even, with arms that looked like they belonged on a slightly above-average bodybuilder. He threw a punch that would have put a normal person in the hospital. Izuku caught it. The impact traveled up his arm, and he absorbed it without shifting his stance. The gang member's eyes went wide behind his ski mask. Your quirk gives you roughly 1.5 times normal human strength, Izuku observed. Would you like to know what mine gives me? You don't have a quirk. Correct. Izuku pulled the man forward by his captured fist, dropped low, and drove his shoulder into the man's midsection. The tackle lifted the gang member completely off his feet. Izuku carried him 4 steps and slammed him into a concrete support pillar. The pillar cracked. The man did not get up. 60 seconds. 5 men. 0 challenge. Izuku zip-tied them, called in an anonymous tip to the police, and left the same way he came in, through the front door, stepping over the mangled remains of the rolling gate. The businesses in Echo weren't bothered again. The third incident, 2 weeks later, brought the media firestorm to a new level. A hostage situation at a convenience store. A man with a mutation-type quirk that gave him 4 arms and enhanced reflexes had taken 3 customers hostage after a botched robbery. The police had the building surrounded. 2 pro heroes, Kamui Woods and an underground hero named Interceptor, were on scene, negotiating. Izuku walked past the police barricade. An officer grabbed his arm and was promptly dragged along for 3 steps before letting go, because trying to stop Izuku at level 1 enhancement was like trying to stop a moving truck by grabbing the bumper. He walked through the convenience store's front door. The bell chimed. The 4-armed man spun, holding a knife in each hand, a hostage, clutched against his chest with his 2 lower arms. "One more step and I kill her," the man screamed. Izuku took 1 more step. The man slashed. Izuku caught 2 of the 4 blades between his fingers, a technique from the journal requiring precise timing and grip strength that bordered on inhuman. The 3rd blade cut across his shoulder, drawing blood. The 4th never arrived because Izuku headbutted the man in the face, shattering his nose and sending him staggering backward. The hostage scrambled free. Izuku grabbed the man by 2 of his 4 arms, planted his foot against the man's chest, and pulled. Both arms dislocated at the shoulder simultaneously. The man screamed and dropped to the floor. "The remaining 2 arms still function," Izuku noted. "Would you like to continue?" The man did not want to continue. Izuku walked out of the store to find Kamui Woods standing in his path, wooden tendrils coiled and ready. The hero's expression was caught somewhere between admiration and professional obligation. "I need to bring you in for questioning," Kamui said. "On what charge?" "Interfering with a hero operation." "There was no operation. You were negotiating. I resolved the situation. The hostages are safe. The perpetrator is incapacitated. You are welcome." "That's not how this works." "That is precisely how this works. I am a private citizen who exercised his right to protect others from imminent harm. I used no quirk. I violated no statute. If you wish to detain me, you will need to physically stop me, and I do not recommend attempting that." Kamui Woods was a smart hero. He could see the math. This individual was massive, enhanced by some kind of chemical system that appeared to be non-quirk in nature, and had just dismantled a 4-armed quirk user like it was nothing. Engaging would likely cause property damage, civilian risk, and, if the legal department was right, 0 prosecutable outcome. He stepped aside. Izuku walked away. Again, the media went berserk. The Green Monster had now appeared 3 times, stopped 3 crimes, hospitalized multiple criminals, and walked away from heroes each time without legal consequence. Legal analysts flooded the airwaves debating the quirk loophole, the growing realization that Japan's vigilante laws were specifically designed to prevent unauthorized quirk use and had no mechanism for dealing with someone who achieved superhuman results through chemistry and training alone. The Hero Public Safety Commission held an emergency meeting. Their conclusion: they couldn't do anything. The Green Monster hadn't technically broken any law they could enforce. Assault charges were possible, but every incident could be argued as justifiable force in defense of others, and no prosecutor wanted to be the one who charged the guy who'd saved hostages. Izuku read about the meeting in the newspaper the next morning while eating breakfast with his mother. Inko commented that the Green Monster seemed scary, but also seemed to be helping people. Izuku agreed that it was a complicated situation and asked her to pass the soy sauce. He met Harley on a Tuesday. It was raining. Izuku was patrolling the Naruhata district, not in costume, just walking the streets in a hoodie and sweats, observing. He kept a mental map of the district's criminal activity and updated it regularly through direct observation. No venom. No mask. Just a heavily muscled teenager who looked like he might be a young pro wrestler. He heard the commotion from 2 blocks away. Shouting, crashing, the unmistakable sound of metal hitting meat. He rounded the corner into an alley and found a girl about his age, maybe a year older, standing over 3 unconscious men, breathing hard with a metal baseball bat resting on her shoulder. She was lean and wiry, with bleached blonde hair pulled into twin pigtails that were soaked from the rain and plastered to her face. She wore a red and black jacket over a white tank top, ripped jeans, and combat boots that had blood on them. The 3 men on the ground were members of a local gang. Izuku recognized the tattoos. They were also very, very unconscious. The girl noticed him staring. She grinned. It was the kind of grin that belonged on someone who was either incredibly confident or slightly unhinged. Probably both. What are you looking at? Beef cake? 3 men on the ground and the young woman who put him there, Izuku said. He'd been told his natural speaking voice, when he wasn't hiding behind social anxiety, came across as oddly formal. He'd stopped trying to fix that. Bane's journal had a passage about the power of diction. Speak precisely. A man who commands language commands the room. The girl's grin widened. They tried to mug me. Can you believe that? 3 guys, 1 girl, and they still lost. That's gotta sting when they wake up. Izuku looked at the bat. Standard aluminum, 33 inches, but modified. She'd wrapped the handle with hockey tape for grip and added weight to the barrel end. A weapon optimized for impact. You modified the balance point, he said. Shifted it 2 inches toward the barrel. That increases your swing force by approximately 15% at the cost of control speed. She blinked. Then she laughed, a bright, sharp sound that cut through the rain. Okay, you're either a huge nerd or a huge threat, and I honestly can't tell which. She extended her free hand. Name's Harley. Well, that's what I go by. Actual name's a mouthful. He shook her hand. Her grip was strong, gymnast's hands calloused on the palms and fingertips. Izuku. Izuku. She rolled the name around like she was tasting it. You from around here? Close enough. She studied him in the rain, eyes sharp beneath the playful exterior. He could see her taking in his build, his posture, the way he stood with his weight centered and his hands loose. A fighter's stance so ingrained it looked natural. You fight? She asked. When necessary. Cool. Me too. Obviously. She gestured at the unconscious gang members. Hey, you want to get ramen? I'm starving and I just used a lot of calories beating these idiots up. They got ramen at a hole-in-the-wall shop 3 blocks away. Harley talked a lot about her gymnastic training, her part-time job at a roller rink, her family history that she mentioned in scattered, evasive fragments. Izuku listened. He was good at listening. It came out over the second bowl. Harley's family had a legacy, the same as his. Her grandmother had been obsessed with an ancestor, a woman named Harleen Quinzel, a psychiatrist turned criminal turned anti-hero from the same era as Bane. Harley had grown up on stories about her, had modeled her fighting style on the acrobatic, unpredictable chaos that her ancestor was famous for. She was a badass, Harley said, slurping noodles. Also kind of insane, but like the fun kind. The kind where you watch her do something crazy and you're like, that shouldn't have worked, but I'm glad it did. My ancestor knew hers, Izuku said. Harley's chopstick stopped halfway to her mouth. Come again? He told her. Not everything. Not about the venom, not about the mask, not about the green monster. But enough. The journal. The connection. 2 legacies from the same world, the same era, separated by centuries and brought together by sheer coincidence in a ramen shop in Naruhara. Harley put down her chopsticks. That's either the wildest coincidence in history, or the universe is trying to tell us something. I do not believe in coincidence, Izuku said. Me neither. That grin again, bright and dangerous. So what do we do about it? They met again 3 days later, and again 2 days after that. Harley was quirkless like him, another genetic dead end in a society that worshipped superpowers. She'd compensated the same way he had, through obsessive physical training, though her focus was agility and acrobatics rather than raw strength. She could do a standing backflip, run along walls, and swing her modified bat with enough precision to hit a moving target the size of a tennis ball at 15 feet. She was also funny. Genuinely, disarmingly funny. She cracked jokes in the middle of sparring, called him Muscles and Big Green. After she found out about the green monster, it took her exactly 1 week to figure it out because she was smarter than she let on, and had a habit of breaking into spontaneous gymnastics routines when she was bored. He told her about Bane, about the venom, about the mask. He showed her the delivery system. She stared at the tubes, the tank, the neon green compound pulsing through the transparent lines. That is the coolest and most terrifying thing I've ever seen, she said. I'm in. In. Whatever you're doing, the vigilante thing, I'm in. This is dangerous. I beat up 3 gang members with a baseball bat on a Tuesday night for fun. Danger's kind of my whole deal, big guy. He should have said no. He should have told her this was a solo operation, that he couldn't risk someone else's safety. Instead, he said, "Can you follow orders in the field? Depends on who's giving them." She winked. "But for you? Yeah, I think I can manage." That was how Harley joined. Ivy was different. Ivy was a complication. Her real name was Ivy Shiozaki, no relation to the vine-haired girl at UA, though the quirk similarity was notable. She was 16, tall, willowy, with dark red hair that fell past her shoulders and green eyes that caught light in a way that was almost unsettling. She had a plant manipulation quirk. Not flashy, not combat-oriented in the traditional sense, but versatile. She could accelerate plant growth, control root systems, create barriers of thorns and vines, and sense biological life through contact with natural surfaces. She also had a record. Not a criminal record, technically. A quirk incident report. At 13, she'd used her quirk to destroy a greenhouse belonging to a corporation that had been dumping chemical waste into a local river. The destruction was significant enough to warrant a police report, but minor enough that charges were dropped after community service. The Hero Public Safety Commission flagged her quirk as potentially dangerous and assigned her a monitoring officer who checked in monthly to ensure she wasn't using her abilities outside sanctioned parameters. She hated heroes, not the concept of heroism, the institution. The system that told her what she could and couldn't do with her own body, her own quirk, while corporations poisoned the environment with impunity because they had lobbyists and lawyers. Izuku found her because she found him first. He was leaving the warehouse after a late-night training session when he realized vines had grown across the exit door. Thick, thorny vines that hadn't been there an hour ago. He could have torn through them. At base strength, he was more than strong enough, but the deliberateness of the placement made him pause. "You may come out," he said to the darkness. She stepped from behind a row of rusted machinery. A vine coiled around her forearm like a living bracelet. She was wearing a green jacket, dark pants, and an expression that was calculating rather than threatening. "You are the green monster," she said. Not a question. "And you are the girl who destroyed the Kiyoshi Industries greenhouse." Not a question either. They regarded each other in the dim warehouse. Two people who existed outside the system's boundaries. "I have been watching you," Ivy said. "Your chemical compound, the green substance in the tubes. It is not a quirk." "Correct. It is a synthesized enhancer, hormone-based, with a neural accelerant component and what appears to be an organic binding agent." Izuku raised an eyebrow behind his mask. "You could tell that from observation?" "My quirk allows me to sense biochemical compositions through organic contact. When you passed through the park last Thursday, the traces you left on the grass told me everything about what runs through your veins." She tilted her head. "The binding agent in your compound. You are using a synthetic substitute, yes? For an original plant-based extract that no longer exists?" He said nothing, which was itself an answer. "I can grow it." That got his attention. "The original binding agent," Ivy continued. "I researched the compound after sensing it. The plant species is extinct in the wild, but its genetic blueprint still exists in dormant root systems beneath certain tropical soils. My quirk can revive dormant plant genetics. I can cultivate the original binding agent, which would make your compound approximately 40% more effective and significantly reduce the cardiac strain at higher dosage levels." Izuku studied her. The offer was extraordinary. A natural binding agent would solve the one weakness in his venom formula, the slightly unstable synthetic substitute that made level 5 a time-limited gamble. "What do you want in return?" he asked. "Partnership." No hesitation. "I am tired of being monitored and controlled by people who do not understand what I am. You operate outside their rules. I want to do the same. This is not a protest movement. What I do is violent. I am aware. I also do not care. The world is dying because polite people follow polite rules. I prefer results." Izuku looked at Harley, who had been standing in the corner eating a granola bar and watching the exchange with obvious fascination. "I like her," Harley said. Izuku looked back at Ivy. "There are conditions. In the field, I make tactical decisions. You follow them. If you disagree, we discuss it before or after, not during. Acceptable. And I will need to test the binding agent extensively before integrating it into the compound. Of course, I am a scientist, not a fool. Then welcome to the team." Harley bounced over and threw an arm around Ivy's shoulders. "This is going to be great. I'm Harley. I hit people with a bat. What's your thing?" Ivy looked at the arm around her shoulders with an expression that suggested she wasn't accustomed to casual physical contact. Then, slowly, the corner of her mouth twitched. "I make things grow," she said. "Perfect. Muscles here makes things break, I make things bleed, and you make things grow. We're a full ecosystem." Despite herself, Ivy almost smiled. The trio was formed. They spent the next month training together and establishing their operational framework. Izuku was the tactical lead. He planned operations, identified targets, and made field decisions. Harley was the vanguard, fast, unpredictable, and devastating at close range with her bat. Ivy was support and control. Her plant manipulation could create barriers, restrain targets, disrupt environments, and provide sensory information through root networks. They operated out of the warehouse, which Ivy transformed from a condemned shell into something approaching livable. Her quirk grew thick moss across the concrete walls for insulation, cultivated bioluminescent fungi for soft lighting, and created a living ventilation system of air filtering plants. She also started a cultivation garden in the back section where she grew the original venom binding agent, a deep green plant with thick, fleshy leaves that oozed a translucent sap. The improved venom was everything Izuku had hoped. Smoother delivery, faster onset, reduced cardiac strain by roughly 35%, which meant level 5 was no longer a countdown to heart failure. It was sustainable for up to 10 minutes, maybe 15 in an emergency. Harley, meanwhile, upgraded her equipment. She built a second bat, heavier, reinforced with a steel core, wrapped in leather from an old motorcycle jacket. She called it the Counselor, a nod to her ancestors' psychiatric background. She also fashioned a costume of sorts, a red and black bodysuit with light padding at the joints and designed for maximum mobility. She painted her face in a diamond pattern before missions, white base, red and black accents, because if you're going to be a vigilante, you should at least look good doing it. Their first joint operation was a drug lab in the warehouse district. Low-level operation, maybe 8 people, manufacturing and distributing a synthetic quirk enhancement drug that had been killing teenagers across Naruhata. They hit it at 2 a.m. on a Saturday. Ivy went first. She extended her quirk through the building's foundation, growing roots up through the concrete floor, cracking the surface and entangling the legs of 3 guards near the entrance. They screamed and tried to activate their quirks, but vines wrapped around their hands and mouths before they could. Harley went second. She came through a window on the second floor, rolling into the room with gymnastic precision, and laid into the 2 men at the mixing station with the Kent Stace. The Counselor. A swing to the ribs cracked one man's floating rib. A spinning backhand caught the second man in the temple and dropped him like a puppet with cut strings. Izuku went last. He walked through the front wall. Not through the door, through the wall. At level 2, he put his shoulder down and charged, and the cinder block wall exploded around him like he was a wrecking ball. He emerged into the main production floor amid a cloud of dust and debris, venom tubes glowing green, mask lenses catching the fluorescent light. The 3 remaining men in the lab stared at the hole in the wall, stared at the monster that had just made it. One ran. Ivy tripped him with a root and he hit the floor chin first. One pulled a gun. Izuku closed the distance in 2 steps, grabbed the gun barrel and bent it 90 degrees. Then he grabbed the man by the belt and threw him through a table covered in drug-making equipment. Beakers and chemicals scattered everywhere. The last one, the boss, a heavy-set man with a quirk that let him emit a concussive shockwave from his palms, stood his ground. He fired a shockwave at Izuku's chest. The blast hit. Izuku skidded back 6 inches. His compression suit tore at the chest. He looked down at the minor damage, then back up at the boss. "My turn," he said. He grabbed the man's wrists, twisted them to point his palms away from anything living, and headbutted him. The man's nose broke. His eyes rolled back. Izuku let go and the boss dropped straight down, unconscious before he hit the floor. Harley swung down from the second floor on a hanging chain, landing in a crouch beside Izuku with a gymnast's grace. Ivy walked in through the ruined front wall, stepping delicately over rubble, vines retracting behind her like obedient pets. 8 guys in 40 seconds, Harley said, tapping her bat against her palm. New record, 37 seconds, Izuku corrected, and we should move before the police arrive. They were gone in 90 seconds, leaving behind a destroyed drug lab, 8 incapacitated criminals, and another anonymous tip to the police. The operations continued. Twice a week, then 3 times. They targeted the people the heroes didn't bother with, small-time gangs, illegal gambling operations, human trafficking rings operating beneath the notice of the flashy, camera-oriented hero system. Each time, the pattern was the same. Ivy for control, Harley for chaos, Izuku for annihilation. The media coverage grew. The green monster was no longer alone. He had partners. The blonde with the bat, the redhead with the plants. Social media dubbed them the monsters, collectively, though no one could agree on individual names for the other two. The Hero Public Safety Commission's frustration mounted. They dispatched investigators to identify the trio. They analyzed footage, cross-referenced databases, and consulted legal experts. The conclusion was always the same. The green monster used no quirk. The blonde used no quirk. The only quirk user was the plant woman, and she could argue environmental manipulation rather than combat application. A gray area the current laws weren't equipped to handle. They were untouchable. And they knew it. The dynamic between the 3 of them evolved naturally. The way dynamics do when people share danger and adrenaline, and the particular intimacy of trusting someone with your life. Harley was the one who broke the tension first. It was 3 weeks after Ivy joined, and they were sitting in the warehouse after a successful raid, eating takeout and coming down from the adrenaline high. Harley was sitting on a concrete slab, legs dangling, chopsticks in one hand and a piece of tempura in the other. "So," she said with the false casualness of someone about to detonate a bomb, "are we going to talk about the elephant in the room?" Izuku looked up from his rice. "Which elephant?" "The one where I'm obviously attracted to you and also kind of to Ivy, and I think Ivy is also attracted to you and possibly to me, and you're sitting there eating rice like a robot pretending you don't notice." Ivy, who had been drinking tea and reading a botany textbook, set down her cup with great precision. Izuku set down his rice. The silence lasted 4 seconds. "I noticed," Izuku said. "Oh, good. So what are we doing about it?" Ivy said nothing, but the vine around her wrist tightened slightly, a nervous tell Izuku had cataloged weeks ago. "I am not experienced with relationships," Izuku said carefully, "of any kind. Before the 2 of you, I did not have friends. The concept of romantic involvement is something I have considered theoretically but never practically." "God, you even talk about feelings like a textbook," Harley said, but she was smiling. "Look, I'll make it simple. I like you. I like Ivy. I think Ivy likes both of us, but she'd rather eat glass than say it out loud. And I think you like us, but you've got this whole stoic warrior monk thing going on that makes it hard to tell." Ivy's vine tightened further. "I do not like you," she said to Harley. "Liar. I find you tolerable. That's basically marriage in your language." Izuku looked between them. He thought about Bane's journal, specifically a passage about the only woman Bane had ever loved, a woman named Talia. The passage read, "Love is not weakness. Love is the only thing strong enough to break a man who cannot be broken by force. Embrace it, or it will embrace you on its own terms." "I care about both of you," Izuku said, "deeply, in ways I do not fully understand and am not certain how to express. If we pursue this, all 3 of us together, it must be as equals, not as a leader and 2 followers, not as a primary and 2 secondaries, equals." Harley put down her tempura. "That's the hottest thing you've ever said, and you literally bench press cars." Even Ivy smiled, a real one, small and brief, but unmistakable. "Equals," Ivy said quietly. "That is acceptable." The 3 of them, the brute, the acrobat, and the botanist, figured it out from there. It wasn't perfect. Harley's chaos sometimes clashed with Ivy's precision. Izuku's formal demeanor sometimes made emotional conversations feel like business meetings. But underneath the friction was something genuine. A connection forged in combat and sustained by mutual respect, shared purpose, and the particular kind of love that grows between people who see each other at their worst and choose to stay. Harley kissed Izuku first, after a mission where he'd taken a knife wound to the shoulder and refused to acknowledge it. She grabbed his face, stood on her tiptoes to reach him, and kissed him hard enough to make the wound irrelevant. "If you die," she said, pulling back, "I'll kill you." Ivy kissed him second, 2 days later, in the greenhouse section of the warehouse. It was quiet and deliberate, the way Ivy did everything. She cupped his face in her hands, her fingers slightly green from working with the plants, and pressed her lips to his. When she pulled away, her expression was the same calm mask she always wore, but her eyes were softer. "Do not make me regret this," she said. "I would not dare," he replied. And Harley kissed Ivy on a rooftop under the stars after a particularly wild night of vigilante work, because Harley did everything with dramatic flair and believed that first kisses should have good backdrops. They were a team. They were partners. They were, improbably and against all odds, a family. The UA entrance exam was in February. Izuku had no intention of enrolling. The hero system was the cage. He had no interest in climbing inside it voluntarily. But he had every intention of watching, because the exam was the largest gathering of young quirk users in the country, and intelligence was gathered through observation. He arrived at the UA campus perimeter at 8 a.m., dressed in civilian clothes, a black hoodie, dark jeans, and a beanie pulled low over his green hair. Without the mask and the venom, he could pass for a regular teenager, albeit one who looked like he'd been lifting since birth. He carried a backpack containing his full kit: mask, venom tank, gauntlets, tubes. Just in case, Harley was with him, wearing a sundress and oversized sunglasses, looking like she was going to a picnic rather than conducting surveillance on a hero academy. She had a pair of binoculars hanging around her neck and a thermos of coffee. Ivy was positioned a quarter-mile away, in a park adjacent to the UA campus, her bare feet pressed against the earth. Through the root systems beneath the soil, she could sense vibrations and movement across a wide area. She fed information to Izuku through a discreet earpiece. 47 examinees entering the practical test zone, Ivy's voice said in his ear. Significant seismic activity. They have activated the robot systems. Izuku watched through binoculars from a hillside overlooking the testing grounds. UA's entrance exam was a spectacle. Massive robots of varying point values rampaging through a mock city, while teenage quirk users scrambled to destroy them. It was flashy, dramatic, and, in Izuku's assessment, a deeply flawed evaluation system that prioritized combat quirks over tactical ability. He watched a blonde boy with an explosion quirk tear through robots with reckless aggression. Bakugo. Izuku recognized him immediately. They'd gone to the same middle school. Bakugo had spent years tormenting him, telling him to give up, telling him he was worthless. The rage that came with that memory was cold and controlled. Not the hot, reactive anger of his childhood, but the measured, patient anger of someone who knew that revenge was a dish best served with broken bones. He cataloged other examinees. A girl with a gravity quirk who floated debris and dropped it on robots. A boy with engines in his calves who moved at impressive speed. A girl who created objects from her skin. A boy with a tail. A boy who shot lasers from his navel. Izuku logged their quirks, fighting styles, strengths, and weaknesses in the mental database he'd been building for years. Then the ground shook. Zero-pointer activated in Zone B, Ivy reported. Enormous. The seismic signature suggests a mass of several hundred tons. Izuku swung his binoculars to Zone B and his jaw tightened. The zero-pointer was a building. A literal building on legs, a massive humanoid robot that towered over the mock city structures, crushing them underfoot as it advanced. It was supposed to be an obstacle, not a target. 0 points for destroying it. Just a signal for examinees to run. Everyone was running. Except one, the girl with the gravity quirk. Izuku had noted her earlier. Bubbly face, brown hair, pink cheeks, was on the ground. A piece of debris had fallen on her leg, pinning her to the street. She was struggling to free herself, face twisted in pain, as the zero-pointer bore down on her. Its foot was rising. A foot the size of a bus, casting a shadow that swallowed the girl entirely. No one was going to save her. The other examinees were fleeing. The heroes monitoring the exam from the observation room would hit the kill switch, but these robots had a 3-second shutdown delay, and the foot was already falling. Izuku didn't think. He didn't calculate. For 1 second, the cold, strategic mind of Bane shut down, and something older, something more fundamental, took over. The same thing that had always defined Izuku Midoriya, even before the journal, even before the venom. The simple, absolute refusal to watch someone die when he could prevent it. He jumped the fence. The UA perimeter fence was 12 feet of reinforced steel chain link topped with razor wire. Izuku cleared it in one vault, the razor wire shredding his hoodie as he went over. He hit the ground on the other side at a dead sprint, ripping open his backpack as he ran. Green, Izuku, what are you doing? Harley's voice from behind the fence, he didn't answer. He was pulling on the gauntlets. Connecting the tubes to the tank he'd slung over his shoulder, snapping the mask over his face. The white lenses activated. The voice modulator hummed online. The foot was falling. Izuku reached the wrist dial. No time for conservative measures. Venom, level 3. The compound hit his bloodstream like lightning. His body expanded, muscles swelling, frame growing, the compression shirt beneath his shredded hoodie stretching to its limits. He went from 5'6" to 6'2" in under a second, his mass increasing by 40 pounds of dense chemical-enhanced muscle. Not enough. The zero-pointer weighed at least 200 tons. Even at level 3, he couldn't... The foot was 10 feet from the girl. He cranked the dial. Level 4. More venom. More growth. 6'6", 250. The tubes blazed neon green. His heart slammed against his ribcage like a war drum. 5 feet. Level 5. Maximum output. Every drop of venom the system could deliver flooded his veins simultaneously. The pain was astronomical. Every cell in his body screaming as the compound forced them beyond every natural limit. His frame exploded outward. Muscles tore and rebuilt in real time. His height surged past 7 feet. His shoulders broadened to inhuman proportions. The compression shirt finally gave up and tore apart, revealing a torso that looked like it had been sculpted by a god. He reached the girl. He planted his feet, 2 craters forming beneath them from the sheer force of his stance, and raised both hands overhead. The foot came down. The impact was like catching a falling building. The ground beneath Izuku's feet shattered. He sank 6 inches into the asphalt. Every muscle in his body engaged simultaneously, converting the downward force into structural resistance. The venom screamed through his system, his veins glowing so brightly that the green light illuminated the shadow of the robot's foot, turning the darkness into an eerie emerald glow. The foot stopped. 200 tons of robot, and it stopped. Izuku held it. His arms trembled, not from weakness, but from the sheer magnitude of the forces involved. His feet cracked the asphalt further. His spine compressed under the load, every vertebra bearing weight that should have been impossible for a human skeleton to support. But the venom didn't care about should, and neither did he. The girl beneath him stared upward with eyes the size of dinner plates. A 7-foot mountain of glowing green muscle was holding a skyscraper-sized robot foot over her head like an umbrella. "Move," Izuku said. The voice that came through the mask was barely recognizable as human. Deep, resonant, vibrating with power and strain. Now, she moved. Scrambling backward, dragging her injured leg until she was clear of the shadow, Izuku adjusted his grip. He shifted his stance. And then, with a roar that echoed across the entire testing ground, he pushed. The zero-pointer's foot went up. Not just up, back. Izuku wasn't just holding it anymore. He was lifting it. The entire robot tilted backward as Izuku drove upward with every fiber of his enhanced body, thus channeling the force through his legs, his core, his arms, in a coordinated explosion of power. The robot tipped. Its center of gravity shifted past the point of no return. And Izuku didn't let go. He kept pushing, kept lifting, until the foot was over his head and the robot was tilting like a felled tree. He grabbed the foot with both hands, adjusted his grip, and threw. The zero-pointer, 200 tons of steel and circuitry, left the ground entirely. It sailed backward, tumbling end over end, and crashed into the empty section of the testing ground 300 meters away. The impact registered on seismographs across the city. A mushroom cloud of dust and debris erupted from the crash site. Silence. Absolute silence across the entire testing ground. Every examinee had stopped. Every robot had paused, their programming interrupted by the seismic shock. In the observation room, every teacher, every monitor, every camera operator was frozen, staring at the screens showing a 7-foot figure standing in a crater of his own making, venom tubes blazing green, mask lenses gleaming white. The girl, Uraraka, was sitting on the ground behind him, unhurt, staring with an expression that combined gratitude, terror, and awe in roughly equal measure. Izuku turned, not toward the examinees, not toward the crashed robot. He turned toward the observation room. He couldn't see through the walls, but he knew the cameras were there. He knew who was watching. He looked directly into the nearest camera and spoke. "I am just a concerned citizen exercising my right to protect others." His voice boomed across the testing ground through the mask's modulator, carrying the calm certainty of someone who knew exactly what he was doing and exactly how untouchable he was. In the observation room, Shuta Aizawa, the pro-hero eraserhead, whose entire career was built on identifying and neutralizing threats, stared at the screen with an expression that was equal parts analysis and dread. "Who is that?" asked Present Mike, for once not yelling. "The green monster," Aizawa said quietly. "He's real. He just threw a zero-pointer like a frisbee. That robot weighs. I know what it weighs. Can we arrest him? For what? Saving a student? He didn't use a quirk. He's not enrolled. He's not even supposed to be here, but trespassing on school grounds is a misdemeanor, and the media will have a field day if we arrest the guy who just saved a girl's life. So what do we do?" So Aizawa watched the screen. The massive figure was turning away, walking back toward the perimeter fence. Walking, not running, like he had all the time in the world. "We watch," Aizawa said, "and we prepare." Outside the fence, Harley was losing her mind. "Did you see that?" She was jumping up and down, grabbing the chain link fence with both hands. "Did everyone see that? That's my man. He just threw a building." "It was a robot," Ivy's voice said calmly through the earpiece. "And please lower your voice. We are attempting to maintain anonymity." "Anonymity can wait. He threw a robot." Izuku reached the fence, dialed the venom back to 0, and felt the crash hit him like a freight train. His body contracted, shrinking back to his natural 5'6" frame. His muscles burned. His vision swam. He stumbled, caught himself on the fence, and breathed through the nausea. Harley was there immediately, catching his arm, steadying him. Hey, you okay? That was level 5, wasn't it? How long?" 90 seconds. He's maybe 2 minutes. That's within safe parameters. Ivy's voice, clinical but concerned underneath. "But barely. Your heart rate was visible from here through my biosense. It was dangerous, Izuku. The girl would have died. I did not say you were wrong. I said it was dangerous." He pulled off the mask, stuffed it in his backpack with the gauntlets and tank, and pulled up his hoodie. By the time the first UA security team reached the perimeter fence, they found nothing but a section of chain link with some torn fabric on the razor wire and 3 sets of footprints leading away from the campus. The footage went viral within the hour. Every angle, every frame. The green monster, bigger than anyone had ever seen him, catching a zero-pointer's foot, holding it and hurling the machine like a shot put. The clip of him looking into the camera and delivering his line, "I am just a concerned citizen, exercising my right to protect others," became the most shared video on HeroNet within a day. The comment sections were war zones. "He's quirkless. The green monster is quirkless. Quirkless. How is this possible? Best enhancement drugs in history or the scariest human being alive. Either way, I'm a fan. He saved that girl when no one else was going to. The heroes in the observation room just watched. He acted." UA needs to explain how an unauthorized civilian got into their exam and did a better job than their robots. Forget the exam. Recruit him. Izuku read none of it. He went home, ate 4,000 calories of recovery food, and slept for 14 hours. His muscles needed time to repair from the level 5 strain. Even with the improved binding agent, maximum output was punishing. When he woke up, he found that his mother had left a note on his desk. "Izuku, I saw the news about the UA entrance exam. Some man stopped a robot and saved a girl. The world is full of heroes. Love, Mom." He looked at the note for a long time. Then he folded it carefully and placed it in the journal, between the pages where Bane had written about the only person he'd ever wanted to protect. 3 weeks later, the USJ happened. Izuku had been tracking the League of Villains for months, not actively, but passively, collecting data points from news reports, underground network chatter, and Ivy's extensive route-based surveillance system. He knew someone was organizing low-level villains into a coordinated force. He knew they were targeting heroes. He didn't know when or where they would strike. He found out when the police scanner in the warehouse crackled to life with a Priority 1 emergency broadcast. All units respond. Villain attack in progress at unforeseen simulation joint, UA campus. Multiple hostiles confirmed. Pro heroes on site. Student casualties possible. Repeat. Izuku was on his feet before the dispatcher finished. Harley looked up from where she'd been practicing bat tricks on the couch. She saw his face and stopped mid-spin. "How bad?" she asked. They are attacking children. The playfulness drained from Harley's expression, replaced by something hard and cold. She reached for the counselor. Ivy emerged from the greenhouse, already pulling on her gloves. I heard. Root? Izuku was already suiting up. Tank, tubes, gauntlets, mask. His movements were precise and rapid. He'd practiced this sequence until he could be combat ready in under 60 seconds. The USJ is a sealed facility with limited access points. The villains used a warp quirk to get inside. The police won't arrive for at least 15 minutes. They'll be dealing with the UA security system lockdown. He sealed the mask over his face. The white lenses activated. The voice modulator dropped his register to its combat base. We go in through the front entrance. Harley, you focus on protecting the students. Ivy, environmental control. Use everything that grows in that facility. I will handle the heavy threats. What heavy threats? Harley asked. If they are attacking UA, they brought something designed to kill All Might. I want to meet it. They moved. Ivy had pre-positioned a vehicle for exactly this kind of emergency. A modified van with tinted windows and enough space for Izuku's enhanced frame. She drove. Harley rode shotgun, bouncing her leg with nervous energy. Izuku sat in the back, watching the venom pulse through his tubes, feeling the compound's readiness like a held breath. They reached the USJ in 8 minutes. The facility's main entrance was sealed, a massive set of blast doors designed to contain simulated disasters. Ivy pressed her palm against the ground outside and concentrated. The root systems beneath the concrete foundation responded to her quirk, growing and expanding, cracking the earth around the blast door's frame. In 30 seconds, she'd undermined the foundation enough that Izuku could get through. He set the dial to level 3. His body expanded. He gripped the blast door's edge and pulled. Metal screamed. The door bent, then tore free of its compromised frame. Izuku tossed the multi-ton slab of steel aside like a used napkin. Inside was chaos. The USJ was a massive dome facility containing multiple disaster simulation zones. Flood, landslide, conflagration, downpour, and a central plaza. The villains, dozens of them, low-tier thugs with various quirks, were scattered across the zones, engaging with students who had been separated from their teachers. In the central plaza, Izuku could see 2 figures that mattered. The first was a thin, pale man covered in disembodied hands, standing with an air of petulant authority. Shigaraki. Izuku had a file on him, sketchy, incomplete, but enough to know he was dangerous. A decay quirk that disintegrated anything he touched with all 5 fingers. The second figure made Izuku stop. It was a creature. Roughly 7 feet tall, with an exposed brain, a beak-like mouth, and a body that was a grotesque patchwork of muscle and sinew. It stood motionless beside Shigaraki, waiting. The Nomu. Izuku assessed it in 3 seconds. Biological weapon. Engineered, not natural. Multiple quirks, probably implanted. The exposed brain suggested extensive modification. If this thing was designed to fight All Might, it would have shock absorption and regeneration at minimum. Possibly more. That is our target, he said. That thing is disgusting, Harley said. Yes, I am going to break it. They descended the main staircase into the central plaza. The students, scattered, frightened, some injured, saw them first. A massive figure in a green and black mask, glowing tubes running down his arms. A blonde girl with a painted face and a metal bat. A red-haired woman surrounded by creeping vines. None of the students knew who they were, but the massive one's reputation preceded him. It is the green monster, said a boy with heterochromatic hair and an expression of ice. Todoroki. Izuku had his file. What is he doing here? Said a girl with a ponytail. Yaoyorozu. Filed. Saving your lives, hopefully. Harley called back with a wave. In the central plaza, Aizawa was down. The pro hero had been fighting alone against dozens of villains to protect his students, and it had cost him. His arm was shattered. His face was pressed into the ground beneath the Nomu's foot. Blood pooled around his head. Shigaraki noticed the newcomers. He tilted his head, the hand on his face shifting slightly. More heroes? Izuku walked toward him. Each step was deliberate, heavy, the footsteps of someone who owned the ground he walked on. Behind him, Harley split off toward the students. She'd protect them. Ivy's vines were already crawling across the plaza floor, seeking out villains and entangling them. Shigaraki watched Izuku approach with growing curiosity. You are not a hero. I know all the heroes. Who are you? Izuku stopped 20 feet from Shigaraki and the Nomu. He looked at the creature. really looked at it. Up close, it was even more grotesque, a weapon wearing human skin. "No," he said. The voice echoed through the domed facility, amplified by the mask's modulator. "I am your reckoning." Shigaraki scratched his neck, a nervous habit, Izuku noted. "Interesting. Kill him, Nomu." The Nomu moved. It was fast, faster than something that size had any right to be. It crossed the 20 feet between them in a fraction of a second, fist drawn back for a punch that was designed to pulverize the symbol of peace. The fist came for Izuku's head. He caught it. One hand. Open palm. The Nomu's fist slammed into Izuku's grip and stopped. The shockwave of the impact blew dust outward in a ring. The floor beneath Izuku's feet cracked. His arm trembled from the force, but he held. The Nomu stared at him with its dead, empty eyes, fist still pressed against Izuku's palm. It didn't understand. This wasn't All Might. This wasn't how the fight was supposed to go. Izuku stared back through his white lenses. Then he looked down at his wrist dial. He was at level 3. The Nomu's punch had nearly overwhelmed him at level 3. This thing was serious. He turned the dial to level 5. Maximum output. The venom flooded his system. The change was immediate and violent. His muscles expanded grotesquely, swelling beneath his skin like something alive. His frame surged past 7 feet. His shoulders broadened until he was as wide as the Nomu itself. The venom tubes blazed with light so intense they cast green shadows across the entire plaza. The tattered remains of his compression shirt disintegrated. His upper body was exposed, a landscape of muscle so dense and layered that it didn't look human anymore. Every vein was visible, every fiber defined, and through them all pulsed the neon green of the venom. Turning his body into a living circuit board of power, he squeezed the Nomu's fist. The creature's fingers cracked. "Shock absorption," Izuku said, his voice now impossibly deep, resonating in the chest cavities of everyone in the plaza. "Your creature absorbs kinetic energy from direct impacts, an effective defense against someone who fights with punches." He pulled the Nomu's arm straight, locking the elbow. But shock absorption is useless against torque. He gripped the Nomu's wrist with one hand and its elbow with the other. And he twisted. The sound was horrific, wet, structural. The Nomu's elbow joint, designed to withstand impacts that could shatter buildings, was never built to resist rotational force applied with the leverage of a 7-foot venom-enhanced monster who understood anatomy better than the scientists who'd assembled this creature. The joint dislocated. Then it kept going. Ligaments tore. The arm bent at an angle that violated every law of biology. The Nomu shrieked. It was the first sound it had made, a raw, inhuman screech of something that didn't know how to process pain. "Fascinating," Izuku said. "It can feel." He let go of the ruined arm and moved. The Nomu swung with its remaining arm, a wild, desperate strike. Izuku ducked beneath it, stepped inside the creature's guard, and delivered a palm strike to the center of its chest. Not a punch, a push. He channeled the force through his body in a wave, feet to legs to hips to core to shoulder to arm to palm, the kinetic chain perfected through months of training. The Nomu skidded backward 20 feet, its feet carving trenches in the concrete. Its shock absorption handled some of the force, but the push wasn't a singular impact. It was sustained pressure, and the creature's body had to go somewhere. The Nomu's arm was already regenerating. The dislocated joint popped back into place, torn ligaments reknit. Within seconds, the arm was functional again. "Regeneration as well," Izuku observed. "Impressive." He rolled his shoulders. The venom surged. "Let us see how fast it regenerates," he charged. The Nomu charged. They collided in the center of the plaza with an impact that cratered the floor and sent cracks radiating outward in every direction. The shockwave knocked nearby villains off their feet and forced the students to brace themselves. Izuku grabbed the Nomu by its exposed brain cage. A bold move. His fingers wrapping around the bony protrusions that shielded its modified cranium, and drove his knee into the creature's midsection. The impact folded the Nomu forward. He followed with an elbow to the back of its skull that slammed the creature face first into the ground. The Nomu pushed itself up. Izuku stomped on its back, driving it back down. He reached for its arm again, the same one he'd already dislocated, and wrenched it behind the creature's back. He planted his foot between the Nomu's shoulder blades and pulled. The arm came off. Not cleanly. Venom-enhanced strength exceeding the structural integrity of engineered muscle and bone. The arm tore free in a spray of dark fluid, the Nomu's body convulsing as it lost the limb. Izuku held the severed arm for a moment, then tossed it aside. Regenerate that! The Nomu's shoulder was already bubbling, new tissue forming, the arm beginning to regrow. But it was slower now. The regeneration was powerful, but not infinite. Each use consumed biological resources. The creature was being worn down. You designed this thing to fight All Might, Izuku said, not to the Nomu, but to Shigaraki, who was watching the fight with wide eyes visible between the fingers of the hand on his face. All Might fights with overwhelming direct force. Punch harder. Punch faster. Your Nomu was built to absorb that. He grabbed the Nomu by the half-regrown stump of its arm and hurled it into the air. The creature went up 30 feet, flailing, and Izuku was already positioning himself beneath it. I do not fight like All Might. The Nomu came down. Izuku caught it, one hand on its throat, one hand on its thigh, and in a single devastating motion brought it down across his raised knee. The backbreaker. The move that his ancestor had used to break the Batman. The move that Goto had drilled into him until it was reflex. Grip, lift, slam. 3 steps. One ruined opponent. The Nomu's spine broke across Izuku's knee with a sound that silenced the entire USJ. Not a crack, a structural failure. The creature's back bent at a 90-degree angle in the wrong direction. Its limbs went slack. Its shriek cut off mid-note as the nerve connections between its brain and body were severed. Izuku let the broken Nomu slide off his knee and onto the floor. It twitched. The regeneration tried to activate, but a shattered spine was different from a torn muscle. The complexity of the repair overwhelmed the quirk factor. The Nomu lay on the ground, paralyzed, its exposed brain pulsing weakly. Silence. Every person in the USJ, student, villain, and the barely conscious Aizawa, stared. All Might, who had arrived moments earlier through the main entrance and had been about to engage the Nomu himself, stood frozen at the top of the stairs. His smile was gone. His blue eyes were wide. A quirkless vigilante had just broken the creature designed to kill the symbol of peace. Shigaraki's composure shattered. He scratched his neck so hard it bled. You cheated. That thing was made to fight All Might. It was supposed to. Izuku picked up the Nomu's broken body. It weighed over 600 pounds. He held it like a sack of garbage. I adapted, he said. Then he threw the Nomu at Shigaraki. 600 pounds of broken biological weapon hurtled across the plaza like a thrown boulder. Shigaraki screamed, an undignified, panicked sound, and Kurogiri materialized a warp gate in front of him, swallowing the Nomu's body before it could crush them both. The villains were retreating. With their ultimate weapon destroyed and a monster in the plaza that had destroyed it, whatever courage the low-level thugs had mustered evaporated. Kurogiri was opening escape portals, pulling them out in clusters. Shigaraki stood in front of his portal, shaking with rage. He stared at Izuku with eyes that were equal parts fury and fear. "Who are you?" he hissed. Izuku met his gaze through the mask's white lenses. "I am Bane." Shigaraki vanished through the portal. The remaining villains followed. In under a minute, the USJ was clear. Izuku stood in the center of the cratered plaza, venom tubes dimming as the compound's peak effect began to wane. Around him, the evidence of the fight, the crater, the torn concrete, the Nomu's severed arm dissolving slowly on the ground, the cracks in the floor radiating outward like a spiderweb. The students were safe. Aizawa was injured but alive. The villains were gone. Izuku turned to find All Might standing 10 feet away. The symbol of peace was in his muscle form. Massive, golden, iconic. But his expression was not the confident smile that Japan depended on. It was troubled, complex. "That creature was engineered to kill me," All Might said. "And you destroyed it, without a quirk." "Yes. How? Preparation, understanding, will." Izuku looked at All Might, looked at the man who had told him his dream was impossible, who had crushed a 14-year-old boy's hope with 6 words on a rooftop. There was no anger in his voice. There was no bitterness. There was something worse, indifference. "Your symbol of peace creates dependence. People wait for you, they rely on you, and when something comes that even you cannot defeat, they have no recourse." All Might's expression tightened. "I save people. You save people in the moment. I am teaching them something more lasting." "What?" Izuku turned to leave. Harley was already at the exit, bat resting on her shoulder, giving a sarcastic salute to the stunned students. Ivy was retracting her vines, the greenery withdrawing from the plaza like a tide going out. Fear, Izuku said over his shoulder. Express fear of what happens when neither heroes nor villains can protect you, and you must protect yourself. He walked out of the USJ with his partners flanking him. No one tried to stop him. The heroes were too shocked. The students were too awed. And the legal team at the Hero Commission was already having a collective aneurysm. Behind him, in the observation booth where the security cameras were still recording, an audio file captured the entire confrontation. Within hours, it would be leaked. Within a day, every person in Japan would hear the deep, distorted voice of the Green Monster. No, of Bane, as he broke the unbreakable and walked away from the symbol of peace like he wasn't worth the conversation. The world was changing. And it wasn't asking permission. In the aftermath of the USJ, Izuku's life became significantly more complicated. The Hero Public Safety Commission launched a formal investigation into the Bane incident, their term for the USJ intervention. They brought in legal analysts, quirk researchers, and intelligence specialists. They reviewed every frame of security footage. They cross-referenced the Green Monster's known appearances and behavioral patterns. Their conclusion, delivered in a classified report that Izuku would later obtain through less than legal means. The individual known as Bane, or the Green Monster, was almost certainly quirkless. His chemical enhancement system was sophisticated but non-quirk in nature. Analysis of residue left at the USJ confirmed a synthetic compound with no quirk factor signature. His combat techniques were consistent with high-level military and martial arts training. His strategic patterns suggested exceptional intelligence, and they still couldn't arrest him. The legal loophole was now a chasm. Public opinion was split. 40% of the population considered Bane a dangerous vigilante who should be locked up, while 55% considered him a necessary force that exposed the weaknesses of the hero system. The remaining 5% had started a fan club with its own merchandise line, which Izuku found mildly disturbing. The media couldn't get enough. Every news cycle featured analysis of Bane's methods, debates about the quirk loophole, and heated arguments between pro-hero commentators and civil liberties advocates. Bane had become a symbol, not of heroism, not of villainy, but of something the current system had no category for. Izuku monitored all of this from the warehouse, which had become less of a hideout and more of a home. Ivy had expanded the living space. Bedrooms grown from thick wooden walls with moss insulation, a kitchen supplied by her cultivated garden, a medical station for treating the inevitable injuries of vigilante work. Harley had decorated with salvaged furniture, string lights, and a truly impressive collection of weapons mounted on one wall like trophies. The three of them lived there, trained there, planned there. It was their base, their sanctuary, and their home. The weeks between the USJ and the UA Sports Festival passed in a rhythm of operations, training, and domestic normalcy that would have seemed absurd to anyone observing from the outside. In the mornings, Izuku trained. The physical regimen never stopped because the venom enhanced what was already there, and he intended to keep expanding what was there. In the afternoons, Ivy tended her plants, refined the venom compound, and monitored her root-based surveillance network. In the evenings, Harley cooked. She was, improbably, the best cook of the three, and they ate together, debriefed the day, and planned upcoming operations. At night, they went to work. The operations expanded in scope. Word of Bane had reached the criminal underworld, and the effect was chilling. Low-level crime in Musutafu dropped 18% in the month following the USJ, not because of the heroes, but because criminals were terrified that the Green Monster would show up and break their spines. The ones who weren't terrified enough kept operating, and Izuku dismantled them with precision, a human trafficking ring operating out of a shipping container yard. Izuku, at level 4, tore the containers open like tin cans and freed 37 people from conditions that made him angry in a way he hadn't felt since childhood. The traffickers he left in the kind of condition that required multiple surgeries to fix. He didn't feel guilty about that. An illegal quirk fighting ring where participants were coerced and sometimes killed for entertainment. Harley infiltrated the audience, mapped the exits, and signaled the team. Ivy sealed the exits with thorn barriers. Izuku walked into the fighting pit and challenged the reigning champion, a man with a quirk that gave him granite-like skin and triple normal strength. The fight lasted 12 seconds. The champion's granite skin cracked under Izuku's grip like old plaster. The audience fled, or tried to, until Ivy's thorns reminded them that the exits were closed. The police arrived to find every participant and organizer neatly bound and waiting, a corrupt business owner who'd been using his quirk, a mild telepathic influence, to manipulate employees into signing away their rights. This one Izuku handled personally, without venom or mask. He visited the man's office in broad daylight, dressed in a suit borrowed from Goto, who had surprisingly good taste, and presented the evidence he'd gathered: financial records, employee testimonials, audio recordings. He gave the man a choice: turn yourself in, or I come back tonight wearing something less friendly. The man turned himself in. Throughout all of this, the relationship between the three of them deepened. It wasn't always easy. Izuku's intensity could be suffocating. He had a tendency to treat every conversation like a strategic briefing. Harley's chaos, while endearing in small doses, occasionally led to real problems in the field when she improvised instead of following the plan. Ivy's emotional guardedness meant that breakthroughs in intimacy came slowly and with great effort, but they worked at it. They communicated. They argued, sometimes loudly, once memorably involving Harley throwing a pillow at Izuku's head with enough force to knock a normal person out. He didn't flinch, which made her angrier, and then they resolved. They learned each other's rhythms, each other's needs, each other's breaking points, and they loved each other. Not in the grand, dramatic, cinematic way, in the real way. The way where Izuku made sure Ivy's tea was exactly the right temperature before bringing it to her in the greenhouse, and Harley braided Ivy's hair while Ivy pretended not to enjoy, and Izuku fell asleep on the couch after a rough night and woke up with Harley curled against his right side and Ivy pressed against his left, both of them sleeping peacefully. And he didn't move for 2 hours because he didn't want to wake them. That was the life. The hidden life. The real one. The public life was about to get a lot more complicated. The UA Sports Festival was the biggest event on the hero calendar. Every hero agency in Japan watched. Every student dreamed of performing well enough to attract sponsorships and internship offers. The stadium held 80,000 people, and the broadcast reached millions more. It was the heart of the hero system's talent pipeline, and exactly the kind of spectacle that Izuku found both useful and contemptible. Useful because it was a concentrated display of the next generation's quirks, fighting styles, and psychological profiles. Contemptible because it was a televised child fighting tournament that the society somehow considered normal. He attended as a spectator, buying 3 tickets under false names. Harley wore a sundress, oversized sunglasses, and had her hair down instead of in pigtails. Ivy wore a wide-brimmed hat, a green blouse, and an expression that suggested she'd rather be anywhere else. Izuku wore a plain black t-shirt that strained across his chest and shoulders, jeans, and a baseball cap pulled low. Even without the venom, he was conspicuously large, but in a stadium full of 80,000 people, conspicuous was relative. They sat in the upper section where the view was good and the crowd density was low. Izuku had a pair of binoculars and a small notebook. Harley had popcorn. Ivy had a thermos of tea and a novel. This is technically a date, right? Harley said, munching popcorn. I mean, we're at a public event, sitting together, sharing food. That's a date. It is surveillance, Izuku said, binoculars fixed on the arena. It can be both. It is not both. Ivy, back me up. Ivy turned a page in her novel. It is a date. Izuku lowered his binoculars and looked at both of them. They looked back with matching expressions of smug defiance. It is a date and surveillance, he conceded. I'll take it. Harley grinned, leaning against his shoulder. The preliminary rounds, an obstacle race and a cavalry battle, gave Izuku a wealth of data. He cataloged 42 quirks in detail, noting strengths, weaknesses, activation times, and tactical applications. His notebook filled rapidly with precise handwriting that would have looked at home in an intelligence dossier. Todoroki. Half cold, half hot. Powerful but psychologically constrained, he used only ice, never fire, suggesting a personal aversion likely tied to his father. Weakness, right side is vulnerable during ice-heavy attacks due to temperature accumulation, bakugo, nitroglycerin sweat explosions. raw power and combat instinct. Weakness, emotional, instability, tunnel vision when provoked, limited defensive capability. Ida, engine quirk in calves, high speed, predictable attack patterns. Weakness, overheating after sustained use, poor lateral mobility at top speed. Yao Yorozu, creation quirk, potentially the most versatile ability in the class. Weakness, creation time, lipid reserves, decision paralysis under pressure. Tokoyami, dark shadow, devastating offense with a sentient quirk. Weakness, light exposure dramatically weakens the shadow entity, he continued. Every student, every quirk, every weakness. The tournament bracket began. The one-on-one fights were revealing, not just for the quirks displayed, but for the psychological dynamics. Todoroki demolished opponents with overwhelming ice, but refused to use his fire. Bakugo fought with savage aggression, dominating through sheer explosive power. The green-haired boy was gone, replaced by someone who attacked every fight like a personal insult. Izuku watched Bakugo's semi-final match, a brutal dismantling of a student whose quirk couldn't compete with the raw destructive force of Bakugo's explosions. The match ended with Bakugo standing over his unconscious opponent, chest heaving, palms smoking, staring at the crowd with an expression that dared anyone to challenge him. "He is talented," Izuku said quietly. "He's a jerk," Harley replied. Both things can be true. Bakugo won the final. He overpowered Todoroki, who still refused to use his fire, with an aerial explosion that shook the stadium and ended the match in a cloud of smoke and debris. The crowd erupted. The cameras zoomed in on Bakugo's snarling, victorious face. The medal ceremony was a farce. Bakugo was chained to the podium because he'd been screaming about wanting a real fight and had to be restrained. Izuku watched the ceremony with clinical detachment, already thinking about the conversation he was going to have. After the ceremony, the crowd dispersed. Students headed to locker rooms, families headed to parking lots, heroes headed to post-event briefings. Izuku headed to an empty hallway in the stadium's lower level, where the concrete walls deadened sound and the fluorescent lights buzzed with institutional indifference. He waited. Bakugo came through the hallway 4 minutes later, alone, hands in his pockets, still wearing his hero costume. His expression was thunderous despite his victory. He'd wanted Todoroki at full power and felt cheated by the half-effort he'd received. He saw Izuku and stopped. For a moment, recognition flickered across Bakugo's face. The green hair, the freckles, some things hadn't changed despite the radical physical transformation. But the body was all wrong. The boy Bakugo remembered was scrawny and pathetic. The person standing in front of him was built like a fortress. "Do I know you?" Bakugo growled. "You did, once." Izuku's voice was calm, measured, devoid of the stutter and timidity that had defined his childhood interactions with Bakugo. "But that is not why I am here." "Then why are you here?" "I don't have time for random losers." "You have power, Bakugo. Real power. Your quirk is one of the most combat effective I have ever analyzed. Your instincts are sharp. Your aggression, while undisciplined, gives you an edge against opponents who expect hesitation." Bakugo's eyes narrowed. Being analyzed wasn't something he enjoyed. "Who the hell are you?" "But you lack discipline," Izuku continued, ignoring the question. "You fight angry. You telegraph your attacks when you are emotional. You leave your left side open after a right-handed explosion because you overcommit to the follow-through. And you underestimate everyone, which means one day you will face someone you should not have underestimated, and it will cost you." Something shifted in Bakugo's expression. The casual irritation sharpened into real anger, the kind that preceded violence. His palms crackled. "I'm going to give you 3 seconds to tell me who you are before I blast you through that wall. I am someone who sees your potential and your waste of it. I am offering a correction." Bakugo didn't wait for 3 seconds. He never did. His right hand came up, palm blazing with the preliminary heat of an explosion, and he fired. The blast was powerful, equivalent to a small grenade, enough to shatter concrete and send a normal person to the ICU. It hit Izuku in the chest at point-blank range. Izuku had already moved, not away from the blast, into it. He stepped forward at the moment of detonation, closing the distance to a range where the explosion's force dispersed around his body, rather than concentrating on a single point. The heat seared his t-shirt. The force pushed him back half a step. He didn't use venom. He didn't need to. His left hand shot out and caught Bakugo's right wrist. The grip was iron. Izuku's base strength, honed through a year of brutal training, was more than enough to immobilize a teenager's arm regardless of the quirk it carried. Bakugo's eyes widened. He tried to fire another explosion, but Izuku's thumb was pressed against the tendon on the back of his wrist, applying precise pressure that disrupted the fine motor control needed to activate his quirk. A technique from the journal, Bane had detailed methods for neutralizing specific types of physical abilities through targeted nerve and tendon manipulation. Let go. Bakugo snarled. Izuku twisted. The motion was fast, practiced, and merciless. He rotated Bakugo's wrist to a locking position, then continued the rotation past the joint's natural range. Bakugo's shoulder, forced to follow the twist, dislocated with a wet pop that echoed in the empty hallway. Bakugo screamed. It wasn't the defiant scream of a fighter, it was the raw, involuntary sound of a body experiencing structural failure. His knees buckled. Izuku didn't let go. He used the momentum of Bakugo's collapse to redirect him, slamming the boy sideways into the row of metal lockers that lined the hallway wall. The impact dented the metal. Bakugo hit the floor hard, his right arm hanging at a wrong angle, perhaps his face white with shock and pain. He looked up at Izuku with an expression that Izuku had never seen on his face before. Not in all the years of middle school, not during the sports festival, not ever. Fear. Izuku crouched beside him, putting them at eye level. Without the mask, without the venom, he was just Izuku Midoriya, a muscular teenager with green hair and freckles and calm, steady eyes. Midoriya? Bakugo whispered. The recognition finally landed, and it hit harder than the locker had. When you are ready to learn true strength, Izuku said, find me. He stood, turned, and walked away down the hallway. His footsteps were steady and unhurried. Behind him, Bakugo sat against the dented locker, cradling his dislocated shoulder, staring at the retreating back of the boy he'd spent years calling worthless. The boy who had just dismantled him without breaking a sweat, without using a quirk. Without even raising his voice, something cracked inside Bakugo that day. Not his shoulder. That would heal. Something deeper. The certainty that he was the strongest. The unshakable belief that no one, especially not Quirkless Deku, could ever touch him. That belief lay in pieces on the hallway floor, and Bakugo didn't know how to pick them up. The stain arc began in blood and ended in broken bones. Hosu City was a medium-sized urban center an hour from Musutafu by train, a working-class city with a functioning but underfunded hero presence and a criminal underground that was more organized than anyone in the hero system wanted to admit. Izuku had been tracking activity there for weeks after noticing an anomaly in the crime data. Hero casualties were spiking. Not from typical villain encounters, but from targeted attacks. Someone was hunting heroes specifically and doing it with enough skill to succeed. The hero killer, Stain, his real name was Chizome Akaguro, and his file, assembled by Izuku from public records, underground contacts, and Ivy's surveillance network, read like a manifesto of disillusionment. A former vigilante himself, Stain had concluded that the hero system was corrupt to its core, populated by frauds who pursued fame and money rather than genuine heroism. His solution was elegant in its brutality. Kill the fakes, spare the genuine, and let the blood draw a line between the two. His quirk, Blood Curdle, was elegant too. He could paralyze anyone whose blood he ingested, with the duration depending on blood type. Combined with his exceptional blade work and assassin-level agility, it made him one of the most dangerous individual combatants in Japan. Izuku respected the conviction. He did not respect the method. Killing heroes, even bad ones, didn't fix the system. It just created martyrs. And martyrs were far more dangerous to meaningful change than living frauds. Besides, Stain had started going after people who didn't deserve it. He'd been crippling and killing heroes whose only crime was mediocrity, not malice. Tensei Ida, the hero Ingenium, had been paralyzed by Stain 2 weeks ago. Tensei was, by all accounts, a decent hero who genuinely cared about protecting people. Stain had nearly killed him for the crime of not being extraordinary enough. That crossed a line. Izuku, Harley, and Ivy went to Hosu on a Thursday night. Not for Stain specifically. They'd been tracking a trafficking network that had connections in the city, but Izuku had a feeling. The kind of feeling that had been sharpened by months of operating in the gray spaces between heroism and criminality, The intuition of a predator who could smell another predator's territory. The feeling was correct. They were on a rooftop in Hosu's warehouse district when Ivy stiffened, her bare hand pressed against the roof surface. 2 blocks east, she said. 3 people on the ground level. 2 of them are injured. 1 of them is bleeding significantly. The third is aggressive, high levels of adrenaline, moving with purpose. Stain, Izuku said. Likely. And one of the injured individuals has a distinctive biosignature, mechanical components in the lower legs, exhaust ports. Ida, Izuku stood. Tensei's younger brother, he's in the Hero Corps UA. He must have gone looking for revenge. That's stupid, Harley said. That is human nature, and it is about to get him killed. They moved. Izuku took the direct route, across rooftops, his enhanced body clearing the gaps between buildings with ease, even without venom. Harley followed via fire escapes and drainage pipes, her gymnastic ability turning the urban landscape into a jungle gym. Ivy traveled through the root systems, moving underground at a pace that matched them above. Izuku reached the alley first. It was narrow, barely wide enough for 2 people to walk side by side. A dead end terminating in a brick wall. The alley was lit by a single stuttering streetlight that cast everything in a sickly yellow glow. Ida was on the ground, pinned against the wall, legs non-functional. Stain's blood curdle had paralyzed him. His face was a mask of pain and rage. Beside him, slumped against a dumpster, was another figure. A pro-hero Izuku didn't immediately recognize, bleeding from multiple slash wounds, also paralyzed. Standing over them, blade in hand, was Stain. The hero killer was exactly what his file suggested. Lean, wiry, wrapped in bandages and dark clothing, with a face that was all sharp angles and sharper eyes. His blade was a katana, notched and stained, the weapon of someone who used it often and cared more about function than appearance. He was raising the blade over Ida's chest. A killing stroke. Izuku stepped into the mouth of the alley. His frame blocked the streetlight. His shadow fell across the alley like a curtain, swallowing Stain and his victims in darkness. Even without the venom active, even at his natural 5'6" and 175, Izuku Midoriya had the kind of presence that made spaces smaller. He pulled on the mask. The white lenses activated, twin points of light in the shadow. The voice modulator hummed. Stain. The hero killer froze mid-stroke. He turned, blades still raised, and looked at Bat, the figure filling the alley's entrance. The mask. The tubes, dormant now but visible. The build. The green monster, Stain said. His voice was rough, gravelly, the voice of someone who gargled broken glass. You are not a hero. No. Then why are you here? Because you are about to kill a child, and I do not permit that. Stain's eyes narrowed. This child came here seeking revenge. He is a fraud, using his brother's name as an excuse to satisfy his ego, but he has everything wrong with... I did not ask for your ideology. Izuku stepped forward. 1 step. The alley seemed to shrink. I did not come here for debate. I came here because you preach conviction, and I want to see if your spine has any. Something flickered across Stain's face. Not fear. Not yet. Wariness. The expression of a predator encountering something it couldn't immediately categorize as prey or competitor. You are quirkless, Stain said. It wasn't a guess. Stain had done his research too. No quirk, just chemicals and muscles. I respect that more than most heroes. I do not need your respect. You may be right about the hero system. Your words at the USJ about dependence, about fear, I agree with some of them. We could be allies. We could not. Stain's wariness hardened into something colder. Then you are an obstacle. He moved. Stain was fast. Faster than anyone Izuku had faced outside of the Nomu. The hero killer closed the distance between them in a heartbeat. Blade leading, angled for a slash across Izuku's left arm. A targeting choice designed to draw blood for blood curdle. The blade connected. It cut through Izuku's sleeve and into the muscle of his forearm. Shallow. Izuku had pulled back at the last millisecond, but enough to draw blood. Red seeped through the cut fabric. Stain flicked his blade to his mouth. His tongue, unnaturally long, lapped the blood from the steel. Blood curdle activated. Nothing happened. Stain's eyes widened. The quirk had triggered. He could feel it processing the blood, attempting to send the paralytic signal through the target's nervous system. But the signal was meeting resistance. Something in Izuku's bloodstream was neutralizing the effect as fast as it propagated. Venom flushes toxins from my system instantly, Izuku explained. Even at zero dosage, the residual compound in his bloodstream, a permanent low-level presence from months of regular use, acted as a metabolic accelerant that processed and eliminated foreign biochemical agents before they could take effect. He discovered this accidentally when Ivy had tested a mild sedative plant on him as a medical experiment, and it had done absolutely nothing. Your quirk is useless. For the first time since Izuku had stepped into the alley, Stain felt something he hadn't felt in years: fear. He was facing a quirkless monster who was immune to his primary weapon. His entire fighting style was built around blood curdle, cut, lick, paralyze, finish. Without the paralysis, he was just a skilled swordsman facing someone who could tear steel with his bare hands. But Stain had not survived this long by panicking. He was a killer with hundreds of engagements under his belt, and fear, while unfamiliar, was manageable. He attacked. Fast, fluid, deadly. A combination of slashes and thrusts designed to overwhelm through speed and precision. His blade work was genuinely masterful. Each strike flowed into the next, creating a continuous web of cutting edges that would have dismantled a normal fighter in seconds. Izuku did not activate the venom. Not yet. He read Stain's patterns. The journal had a passage about this. Every fighter has a rhythm. Find it, count it, and then break it. Stain's rhythm was a 3-beat cycle. Slash, slash, thrust, slash, slash, thrust. Occasionally, he varied it, adding a 4th slash or converting the thrust into a retreating cut, but the core pattern was consistent. Izuku counted. Slash. Slash. On the thrust, he moved. His hands came up, palms flat, and he caught the blade between them. The technique required precision down to the millimeter. Too early, and the blade's edge would bisect his palms. Too late, and the point would reach his chest. Izuku caught it perfectly, the flat of the blade pressed between his palms, the edge a hair's breadth from his skin. Stain's eyes went wide. Izuku squeezed. The blade, which had cut through armor and flesh and bone, resisted for approximately 1 second before the metal yielded to the pressure. Cracks spiderwebbed from the point of contact. The blade shattered, pieces of steel falling to the alley floor like broken ice. Stain leaped backward, drawing a second blade, a shorter knife, from his bandages. He hurled it with the accuracy of someone who'd killed with thrown blades before. Izuku tilted his head. The knife passed his ear close enough to disturb his hair and embedded itself in the brick wall behind him. Your skill is genuine, Izuku said. Your conviction, however, is about to be tested. He activated the venom. Level 2, enough to close the gap between human peak and overwhelming. His frame expanded, 5'8", 5'10", 6 feet. His muscles thickened. The tubes on his arms lit up, neon green cutting through the alley's yellow light. He advanced. Stain fought. He fought harder than he'd fought anyone, even the heroes he'd killed, even the legendary Ingenium. He used every trick he had. Hidden blades, misdirection, a feint that would have fooled anyone who wasn't reading his rhythm. He slashed, stabbed, kicked, threw projectiles, tried to get behind Izuku in the narrow alley. Izuku absorbed it all. Cuts opened on his arms, his shoulders, his chest. Stain was landing hits. The man was skilled enough that even a venom-enhanced opponent couldn't dodge everything in a 4-foot-wide alley. Blood ran freely. Stain licked every blade, desperately hoping that volume would overwhelm the venom's toxin-flushing capability. It didn't. And Izuku kept coming. He didn't rush. He didn't charge. He walked forward at a measured pace, absorbing the damage, tracking Stain's increasingly desperate patterns, waiting for the opening he knew was coming. It came when Stain overextended on a lunging stab aimed at Izuku's throat. The attack was technically perfect. A killing thrust delivered with the full force of Stain's body behind it. But it committed his weight forward, and against an opponent who wasn't going down from the paralysis that usually followed a blood strike, that commitment was a vulnerability. Izuku sidestepped. The blade passed his throat by an inch. His right hand shot out and closed around Stain's throat. The grip was absolute. Izuku's fingers, each one thicker than a normal person's wrist, wrapped around the hero killer's neck with the precision of a vice. He lifted. Stain's feet left the ground. His hands clawed at Izuku's wrist, trying to break the grip, and found something that felt less like human muscle and more like steel cable. Izuku held Stain at arm's length, the hero killer dangling, legs kicking, face turning red. He looked into the man's eyes, wild, bloodshot, furious, and yes, afraid. You call yourself the hero killer? Izuku said. His voice, amplified by the mask, filled the alley like a physical force. You claim to purge the unworthy. You believe you are justice incarnate. He adjusted his grip slightly. Stain choked. You are a man with a knife and a grudge, nothing more. He turned and slammed Stain into the alley pavement. The impact was devastating. The asphalt cratered. Dust and debris erupted outward. Stain bounced, his body absorbing the kind of force that shattered concrete. And for a moment, the hero killer lay still. Then he moved. Stain rolled, came to his feet, and pulled yet another blade from his bandages. The man was a walking armory. Blood ran from his nose and a gash on his forehead. His breathing was ragged. His stance was unsteady, but he was standing, and his eyes still burned. I will not fall to someone who hides behind a mask and chemicals, Stain growled. At least I fight with my own strength. Izuku looked at him. Behind the white lenses, something shifted. The calm, measured analysis gave way to something older and more personal. He reached up and pulled off the mask. Green hair, freckles, green eyes that burned with an intensity that the mask had only partially conveyed. A young face, too young for the body it sat on, too young for the violence it had witnessed and administered. I hide behind nothing, Izuku said. Without the modulator, his voice was his own. Deep for his age, steady but unmistakably human. Every scar on this body I earned. Every technique I use, I trained. The compound in my veins is a tool, the same as your blade. The difference between us is not method. He settled into a fighting stance. Low, rooted, hands open. The difference is that I do not pretend righteousness justifies cruelty. Stain screamed and charged. It was the attack of a cornered animal, all skill, all fury, nothing held back. His blade work was a storm. Each strike carrying the force of a man who had decided this was his last stand and intended to make it count. Izuku met the charge. He didn't dodge. He didn't block. He stepped into the storm and started breaking it apart. He caught Stain's blade arm on the downswing, redirecting the force into the wall. The knife embedded itself in the brick. Before Stain could pull it free, Izuku drove his palm into Stain's chest, sending the hero killer staggering backward. Stain recovered and threw a kick. Izuku caught the ankle, twisted, and swept Stain's standing leg. The hero killer hit the ground hard. Izuku dropped, driving his knee into Stain's chest with enough force to crack ribs. Stain gasped, tried to roll away. Izuku grabbed his right arm, the blade arm, and hyperextended the elbow across his thigh. The joint gave with a sound that was part crack, part wet tear. Stain screamed. Izuku grabbed the left arm. Same technique, same result. Another broken elbow, another scream that echoed off the alley walls. Both arms broken, Stain tried to kick. He had powerful legs. Years of rooftop running had built them. But Izuku caught the right ankle, stood, and stomped down on the knee. The joint inverted. Stain's scream became something beyond sound, a raw animal shriek of a body pushed past its limits. The left leg followed. Same stomp. Same result. Stain lay in the cratered alley floor, 4 limbs broken, breathing in shallow, ragged gasps. His eyes were still open, still burning, but the fire was dimming. Not from unconsciousness, from the dawning realization that he had been completely, utterly, irrevocably defeated. Not by a hero, not by All Might, not by anyone the system had produced. By a quirkless boy with a dead man's journal and the will to become something the world had never seen. Izuku crouched beside him. He put the mask back on, the white lenses activating, the modulator restoring the deep, resonant voice. I am the shadows, he said. I am the bane of the underworld. He stood. You have my permission to cry. He walked to where Ida lay against the wall. The paralysis was wearing off. Bloodcurdle's effect was time-limited, and enough minutes had passed. The boy was staring at Izuku with an expression that contained too many emotions to name. Relief, shame, confusion, fear, gratitude. Your brother was a good hero, Izuku said to Ida. Avenging him through self-destruction is not honor. It is waste. Live. Be better than your grief. He didn't wait for a response. He turned and walked back toward the mouth of the alley, where Harley was leaning against the wall with her bat on her shoulder, and Ivy was crouched beside the injured pro-hero, her quirk growing medicinal plants directly from the cracks in the asphalt and applying them to the hero's wounds. You done in there? Harley asked. Yes. Cool. Cops are 3 minutes out. Heroes maybe 5. Izuku looked back at Stain one final time. The hero killer was still conscious, still staring at him with those burning eyes. But the defiance was mixed with something else now, something that looked almost like recognition. You, Stain rasped through the pain. You might be genuine. Izuku said nothing. He pulled a piece of paper from his pocket, pre-written because he believed in preparation, and pinned it to Stain's chest with a small knife. The note read, in clean, precise handwriting, "Courtesy of Bane." Then he left. Harley fell in on his right, bat swinging casually. Ivy rose from beside the pro hero and took her place on his left, vines retracting into the cracks in the pavement behind her. The three of them walked down the street and disappeared around the corner. When the pro heroes arrived 4 minutes later, Endeavor leading, flanked by his sidekicks and a squad of police officers, they found the scene exactly as Bane had left it. One paralyzed hero student slowly regaining function. One injured pro hero, stabilized by mysterious plant-based first aid. And the hero killer, Stain, the most wanted criminal in Hosu City, lying in a crater with 4 broken limbs and a note pinned to his chest. Endeavor stared at the note, his face contorted through a sequence of emotions, confusion, anger, and something that might have been grudging respect before settling on professional neutrality. "Get him to a hospital," he ordered, "and someone figure out who the hell Bane is." They wouldn't. They'd try, with the full resources of the Hero Public Safety Commission and law enforcement, and they'd fail. The green monster Bane was a ghost. No quirk registration, no official identity, just a mask, a compound, and a reputation that was growing faster than anyone could contain it. The aftermath was a seismic event in the world of heroes and villains alike. Stain's defeat was front-page news nationwide. The hero killer, the bogeyman who had terrorized pro-heroes for months, who had crippled Ingenium, who had killed 17 heroes, was in custody with 4 shattered limbs and a note that would become one of the most famous images in modern hero history. Courtesy of Bane. The image was everywhere. T-shirts, posters, graffiti. The note, photographed and shared millions of times, became a symbol that meant different things to different people. To some, it meant justice, a monster brought down by an even bigger monster. To others, it meant defiance, proof that the hero system wasn't necessary, that one person with enough will and strength could do what the entire institution couldn't. To the Hero Public Safety Commission, it meant a problem they couldn't solve. The emergency session convened the morning after Stain's capture was the most contentious in the commission's history. The legal department presented their findings. Bane had committed assault, breaking Stain's limbs, trespassing, being in the alley, and potentially obstruction, interfering with what was technically a law enforcement situation. But every charge was defensible: self-defense and defense of others against a known killer, presence in a public alley, and the fact that no law enforcement operation was actually in progress when Bane intervened. No prosecutor would take the case. Public opinion had shifted too far. Bane had saved lives, Ida's life, the pro-hero's life. He'd done what the entire hero establishment couldn't do. He'd stopped the hero killer. Charging him would be political suicide. "We need to recruit him," one commissioner argued. "We need to contain him," another countered. "We cannot do either," the legal counsel said flatly. "He is outside our jurisdiction. He uses no quirk. He is, by the letter of the law, a private citizen who exercises his natural abilities in self-defense situations. We have no mechanism to recruit or contain someone who hasn't committed a prosecutable offense. He broke a man's spine at the USJ. The man was an artificially created biological weapon that was attacking students, self-defense and defense of others. Next, he trespassed on UA property, misdemeanor trespassing which saved a student's life. The PR fallout of prosecuting that would be catastrophic. Next. Then what do you suggest we do? Silence. Because there was no answer. The system, the entire meticulously constructed system of hero licensing, quirk regulation, and vigilante suppression had been built on the assumption that superhuman ability meant quirks, and that controlling quirk usage meant controlling superhuman activity. Bane had driven a truck through that assumption. In Musutafu, in a warehouse that smelled like moss and medicinal plants, Izuku Midoriya read the news coverage on a tablet while Harley braided Ivy's hair on the couch. "They are afraid of you," Ivy observed, not looking up from the novel propped in her lap. "They should be," Izuku set down the tablet. Fear is the only language that systems of power truly understand. Heroes, villains, governments, they all respond to force. The difference is how you apply it. Bane's journal? Harley asked. My own conclusion. He paused. Though the journal has a similar passage. Harley finished the braid and patted Ivy's head. There, pretty. Ivy's expression was flat, but she didn't undo the braid. Izuku looked at his partners, the chaotic acrobat and the calm botanist, the bat and the vines, the two people who had chosen to stand beside him in the dark and fight a war that no one had asked them to fight. This is only the beginning, he said. Stain was a symptom. The League of Villains, the Hero Commission, all for one, these are the disease. We have announced our existence to the world. They will come for us. Let them come, Harley said, grinning. I've been wanting a challenge. The roots are deep, Ivy said, closing her novel. They extend further than anyone knows. I have been sensing them. Networks of corruption and power beneath the surface of this society. Pulling one up only reveals the others. Then we pull them all. Izuku stood, and even without the mask, even without the venom, the warehouse seemed to contract around him. We did not start this to stop. We started this to change the world. Pretty ambitious for a quirkless kid from Musutafu, Harley said. My ancestors started in a prison cell and conquered a city of gods. Ambition is the family business. Harley laughed. Ivy almost smiled. And somewhere in the city, in a hospital room where a man with 4 broken limbs was being guarded by 6 pro heroes, Stain stared at the ceiling and whispered a word that would haunt the hero establishment for years. Bane. The name spread, through the underground, through the news, through the whispered conversations of heroes and villains and everyone in between. It spread like fire through dry grass, impossible to contain, impossible to ignore. A quirkless vigilante who broke the hero killer, a man with no quirk, who defeated the weapon designed to kill All Might. A ghost who couldn't be arrested, couldn't be identified, and couldn't be stopped. The green monster had a name now, and the name had teeth. In the weeks that followed, the criminal underground of Japan experienced something it hadn't felt since All Might's prime, genuine, bone-deep terror. Not of a hero who would arrest you and send you to prison. Of something worse. Something that didn't follow rules, didn't answer to a commission, and would break your spine as easily as it would wish you good evening. Crime rates plummeted. Villain recruitment stalled. Even the League of Villains pulled back its operations. Shigaraki's already fragile composure cracking further at the memory of the man who had broken his Nomu like a toy. And Izuku Midoriya, 15 years old, quirkless, the son of a single mother who worked 2 jobs and loved him more than the world, sat in a warehouse in Musutafu with the woman who hit things with a bat and the woman who grew flowers, and he planned. The story of Bane was just beginning. And by the time it was done, the entire structure of hero society, every commission, every academy, every ranked hero, would feel the weight of his name, not because he hated them, because he was going to make them better, whether they wanted it or not. In the journal, on the very last page, Bane had written a final message. Izuku read it every night before he slept, the way some people read prayers. I was born in darkness. I was raised in pain. I was forged in suffering. And I emerged as something the world was not prepared for. This is not a tragedy. This is a promise. Whoever reads these words, whoever carries my blood, know this. The world will try to break you. Let it try. You are Bane. You are the breaking of everything that believes itself unbreakable. Now go, and show them what fear truly means. Izuku closed the journal. He turned off the light. In the darkness of the warehouse, the venom tank on his desk glowed faintly green, a quiet heartbeat of power, waiting. Tomorrow, there would be more work, more fights, more impossible odds and unwinnable situations, and a world that told him every single day that he was nothing without a quirk. Let them keep saying it. He'd keep proving them wrong, one broken spine at a time. The name had teeth, and teeth once bared could not be hidden again. Within 48 hours of Stain's defeat, the word Bane had been searched online more times than the term hero killer had been in the entire 6 months of Stain's reign of terror. The note, that simple, elegant calling card pinned to a broken man's chest, had been photographed, screenshot, printed on merchandise, spray painted on underpasses, and tattooed on at least 14 people that Izuku knew of, because Harley tracked the fan accounts with obsessive glee. The underground response was immediate. 3 mid-level villain organizations in the greater Tokyo area dissolved overnight. Their leaders didn't wait for Bane to come knocking. They turned themselves in, pled guilty to reduced charges, and requested protective custody. A 4th organization tried to relocate to Osaka and was intercepted by local heroes who had been tipped off by an anonymous source. The anonymous source was Ivy, whose route network now extended across 4 districts and was growing daily. But the Hero establishment's response was the one that mattered. The Hero Public Safety Commission's classified threat assessment, which Izuku obtained 72 hours after it was filed through a data breach orchestrated by a contact Goto had introduced him to, reclassified Bane from person of interest to priority threat level Amber, 1 level below the classification reserved for All for One. The assessment acknowledged in carefully bureaucratic language that Bane represented a systemic challenge to the regulatory framework underpinning licensed heroism and recommended immediate containment through available legal and extra-legal channels. Extra-legal. The word stuck with Izuku. The Hero Commission, the institution that claimed moral authority over the use of power, was now openly considering actions outside its own legal framework to stop someone who had never broken the law. He showed the document to Harley and Ivy over breakfast. Harley read it while eating scrambled eggs and laughed so hard she choked. Ivy read it in silence, set it down, and said, "They will send someone." "Yes," Izuku agreed. "The question is who?" The answer came 3 days later, at 11 p.m. on a Tuesday. Izuku was in the warehouse's training section, a cleared area of the ground floor where he'd installed a heavy bag, a pull-up station, and an open mat for grappling drills. He was shadowboxing without venom, working combinations at half speed, focusing on form. The journal's teachings on combat were inexhaustible. Every time he revisited a passage, he found nuance he'd missed. Ivy's voice crackled through the warehouse intercom, calm but urgent. "Someone is approaching. Single individual, large, moving with purpose, elevated body temperature, significantly above normal. He is at the east entrance." Izuku stopped mid-combination. Elevated body temperature, significantly above normal, endeavor. He pulled on a plain black t-shirt. The warehouse was warm enough from Ivy's insulating moss that he trained shirtless and walked to the east entrance. He didn't put on the mask. He didn't activate the venom. Whatever was about to happen, he wanted the number 2 hero to see exactly who he was dealing with. He opened the door. Enji Todoroki stood in the alley outside, filling the narrow space the way a bonfire fills a room. He was in his hero costume, the full flame regalia, though the flames were banked low, simmering rather than blazing. His face was carved granite, hard lines and harder eyes, the expression of a man who was accustomed to being the most powerful person in any room and deeply offended by the possibility that he might not be. Behind Endeavor, at the mouth of the alley, a black SUV idled with tinted windows. Commission vehicle. They'd sent the number 2 hero as their attack dog and brought a car to watch from. Enji Todoroki, Izuku said. No honorific, no title, just the name. Endeavor's jaw tightened. The flames on his shoulders flickered upward by an inch. "You know who I am. Everyone knows who you are. The number 2 hero. The man who has spent his entire career in All Might's shadow and compensated by producing children like a breeding program until one of them had the quirk combination you wanted." The flames surged. The air temperature in the alley climbed 10 degrees in 2 seconds. Endeavor's eyes, already intense, became something volcanic. "You have exactly 1 chance to watch your mouth, boy." "Or what?" Izuku leaned against the doorframe. The posture was deliberately casual, a signal that Endeavor's presence was an inconvenience, not a threat. "You'll burn me? On camera?" He pointed. Above the door, mounted in the corner where the wall met the eave, a small red light blinked. Harley had installed security cameras around the warehouse perimeter weeks ago, and every one of them was recording to a cloud server that Izuku controlled. Endeavor's eyes tracked to the camera. The flames dimmed slightly. He was many things, but stupid wasn't one of them. Assaulting a civilian on recorded footage, a civilian who had not committed a prosecutable crime, would end his career faster than any villain ever could. "I'm not here to fight," Endeavor said through teeth that looked like they wanted to bite through steel. "I'm here to deliver a message. Then deliver it. The Commission wants you to stop. Your activities, your public appearances, your interference with hero operations, all of it. They are willing to offer you a provisional hero license in exchange for operating under Commission oversight, full legal protection, funding, resources." Izuku waited. "That's the offer," Endeavor said. "Take it. And if I decline, then the Commission will pursue every available avenue to shut you down. Regulatory, legal, financial. They'll investigate your supply chain, your associates, your finances. They'll find something." "They will find nothing," Izuku said, "because I have committed no crime. My compound is synthesized from legally obtained precursors. My equipment is custom built from commercially available components. My income from a part-time grocery job and a retired fighter's training fees is reported and taxed. I am, on paper, the most law-abiding citizen in Musutafu." Endeavor stared at him. The flames crackled in the silence. "You broke Stain's limbs. Self-defense. He attacked me with lethal weapons while threatening the lives of 2 other individuals. Article 14 of the Citizens Protection Clause permits proportional force in defense of self and others. My use of force was proportional to the threat. If the Commission disagrees, they are welcome to charge me and test that argument in court." "You're 15 years old. The law does not have an age requirement for self-defense." Endeavor stepped forward. The alley heated. The concrete beneath his feet started to scorch. He was using his quirk passively, not attacking, just demonstrating what he could do. An intimidation tactic. The kind of thing a man accustomed to being the biggest fire in the room resorted to when words weren't working. Izuku didn't step back. He didn't flinch. He held Endeavor's gaze and let the heat wash over him. His t-shirt started to smoke at the edges. "You think your flames scare me?" Izuku's voice was low, even the way still water is even before it becomes a tidal wave. "I've been burned before. I've been broken before. I've held a 200-ton robot over my head and felt my bones compress under the weight. You are a campfire, Todoroki, and I have walked through worse." Endeavor's flames spiked. For 1 second, one fractional, critical second, the number 2 hero considered attacking. Izuku could see it in his eyes. The calculation, the rage, the desire to assert dominance through the only language Endeavor truly spoke. Then Endeavor looked at the camera again. The flames died. Not banked, extinguished. Endeavor's costume went dark, the embers cooling, leaving him in the alley looking like a very large, very angry man in a suit of armor. "You're making enemies you can't afford," Endeavor said. "I can afford every enemy I make. The question is whether they can afford me." Izuku straightened from the doorframe. Even without venom, he was 5'6" and 175 pounds of functional muscle. Standing next to Endeavor's 6'4" frame, he should have looked small. He didn't. "Tell the Commission their offer is refused. Tell them their threats are noted and irrelevant. And tell them," he paused. "Actually, I'll tell them myself, when the time is right." Endeavor stood in the alley for 3 more seconds. His fists clenched so hard, the leather of his gloves creaked. His jaw worked like he was chewing on words he couldn't spit out. Then he turned and walked to the SUV. He didn't look back. The vehicle pulled away, its taillights disappearing around the corner. Izuku closed the door. Harley was sitting on the staircase behind him, legs crossed, grinning like a cat, watching a mouse walk into a trap. That was hot, and I mean that literally. My eyebrows are singed. Ivy emerged from the greenhouse section, a vine coiled around her wrist. The root sensors tracked the vehicle. "Commission headquarters. They will review his report within the hour." "Good," Izuku said. "Let them." "What's the plan?" Harley asked. Izuku looked at her, at Ivy, at the warehouse that had become their home, their base, their fortress. He thought about what was coming, not just the Commission, but everything behind it. The League, the larger forces, the battles that would define whether his mission succeeded or failed. "We prepare," he said. "The Commission will try again. They always do. And next time, they will not send a messenger." He was right. But the Commission's next move wasn't what he expected. UA's final exams were held in the second week of July, when the summer heat turned Musutafu into a furnace, and the Hero Course students were pushed to their limits. The exams had 2 components, a written portion that tested academic knowledge, and a practical portion that tested combat ability. This year, the practical exam format had changed. Instead of fighting robots, students would face off against pro heroes in simulated capture scenarios, teams of 2 students against 1 teacher. The objective, either capture the hero using special restraints or escape the testing ground within 30 minutes. Izuku knew the format because Harley had hacked UA's internal scheduling system. He also knew the pairings, the testing grounds, and the evaluation criteria. The hack had taken Harley 40 minutes and a stolen access code from a UA maintenance worker who frequented the same ramen shop in Naruhata. The security was better than the entrance exam. But security was only as strong as the people it was designed to keep out, and it wasn't designed for someone who could tear reinforced steel with his bare hands. He arrived at 9 a.m., 2 hours before the practical exams began. The gates were locked. He climbed the perimeter wall. No fence this time, but a 20-foot stone wall with motion sensors. Ivy had mapped the sensor grid through route networks days in advance. There was a blind spot where 2 sensors overlapped in a way that created a 3-second window of unmonitored space. Izuku timed his ascent, cleared the wall, and landed on the other side without triggering anything. Harley came over 30 seconds later, clearing the wall with a vault that would have earned a 10 in competitive gymnastics. She landed in a crouch, bat strapped across her back, face painted in her diamond pattern. Ivy didn't climb. She pressed her palm against the base of the wall from the outside, and a root system carried her through the earth beneath the foundation, depositing her on the other side in a bloom of disturbed soil. She brushed dirt from her jacket and adjusted her gloves. They moved through the campus grounds toward the testing areas, massive urban simulation zones built into the hillside behind the main building. Izuku had studied the layout from public architectural filings. He knew which zone was being used for which pairing. Zone G was the one he wanted. The largest zone, a full mock city block with buildings, streets, and underground passages. According to the schedule, it was assigned to the last exam of the day, a combined assessment where select students would face multiple challenges in sequence. He didn't wait for the last exam. He walked into Zone A at 9:45, while the first pair of students, Sato and Kirishima, matched against Cementos, were still setting up. The testing ground was a flat concrete arena surrounded by observation towers. UA staff monitored from above. Cameras covered every angle. Cementos stood at the center of the arena, his cement body placid and patient. Izuku walked out of the entrance tunnel and onto the arena floor. Cementos turned. Sato and Kirishima, who had been discussing strategy near the starting line, stopped mid-sentence. In the observation tower, a bank of monitors flickered. Aizawa, who was supposed to be in Zone D preparing for his own exam against Yaoyorozu and Todoroki, received a priority alert on his communicator and went very still. Izuku stood at the center of the arena. He wore the mask. The venom tank was strapped to his back, tubes running down both arms, dormant but ready. His compression shirt was black, his pants were reinforced tactical material, his boots left imprints in the concrete. He looked up at the observation tower. He knew the cameras were there, he knew who was watching. "Good morning, UA," his voice boomed through the mask's modulator. "I am here to administer an exam of my own." Cementos raised his hands, cement flowing from the ground to form barriers. "You are not authorized to be here. Stand down immediately." "I am standing precisely where I intend to stand." Aizawa arrived in under 3 minutes. He dropped from the observation tower onto the arena floor, capture weapon deployed, goggles up. His hair floated as his quirk activated. Erasure, the ability to nullify quirks by maintaining eye contact. He fixed his gaze on Izuku. Nothing happened, because there was nothing to erase. Aizawa's expression didn't change, but something behind his eyes recalculated. "You're the green monster. Bane. And you are Eraserhead, a hero whose entire ability is negating quirks." Izuku tilted his mask. "How inconvenient for you. I don't need Erasure to take you down. Then try." Aizawa moved. He was fast. Years of underground hero work had honed his reflexes to razor sharpness. The capture weapons snapped outward, the carbon fiber scarf weighted at the ends, designed to bind and immobilize. It wrapped around Izuku's torso in a practiced loop. Izuku flexed. The capture weapon, rated for containment forces up to 3 tons, stretched to its limit. Izuku hadn't even activated the venom. He simply expanded his chest, engaged his lats, and the carbon fiber groaned. He grabbed the scarf with both hands and pulled. Aizawa, who was holding the other end, had two choices: let go or be dragged. To his credit, he held on for nearly a full second before the force pulled him off his feet. He released and rolled, coming up in a fighting stance. "Your weapon is designed for quirk users," Izuku said, unwinding the scarf from his body and dropping it on the arena floor. "Quirk users who lose their powers when you look at them become normal humans. Normal humans can be restrained with this scarf, but I am not a normal human, and I never was." "You're a teenager who's about to be arrested for trespassing," Aizawa said, but there was something in his voice that wasn't hostility. It was assessment. The same analytical tone he used when evaluating students. "I am a concerned citizen with a proposal." Izuku raised his voice, projecting toward the observation tower and the cameras he knew were broadcasting to the faculty viewing room. "Your students are about to face practical exams against pro heroes. They will struggle. Some will fail, and they will learn very little, because fighting a teacher who is holding back teaches nothing about real combat." He spread his arms. "I am offering them something better. A real test. Against an opponent who will not hold back, who has no quirk to erase, and who has already defeated threats that your number one hero could not. If Hero Society's future cannot defeat one quirkless man..." He let the pause land. "Then Hero Society has no future." Silence. In the observation tower, the faculty was in chaos. Present Mike was on the phone with the principal. Midnight was arguing with Snipe about containment protocols. In the faculty viewing room, Nezu, the principal, a genius-level animal with a quirk that enhanced his intelligence, watched the monitors with bright, calculating eyes. Aizawa stood in the arena, staring at the masked figure, and made a decision. "You want to test them," Aizawa said. "I want to see if any of them are worth the investment this society makes in them. If they are the future of heroism, prove it. If they are not, I will show them what they lack." Aizawa's communicator crackled, Nezu's voice calm and curious. "Let him proceed, Eraserhead. This is an educational opportunity." Aizawa's jaw tightened. He didn't agree, but he followed orders. Within 30 minutes, the exam schedule was scrapped. In its place, a combined assessment in Zone G, the full city block simulation. Every student in Class 1A was brought to the zone. 20 students, suited up, nervous, standing in a cluster at the starting line of an arena that had been repurposed for something their teachers hadn't planned. Izuku stood at the opposite end of the street, 200 meters away. Harley was perched on a rooftop to his left, bat resting across her knees, legs swinging over the edge. Ivy was positioned behind the student group, seated on a bench with her bare feet against the earth, monitoring Aizawa address the students. His voice was flat, professional, revealing nothing of his own misgivings. "The practical exam format has changed. You will face a single opponent, the individual known as Bane. Your objective is to land a meaningful hit. Not a graze, not a glancing blow, a hit that he acknowledges. You have 30 minutes. "All of us?" Kirishima asked, hardening creeping up his arms involuntarily. "Against one guy? All of you." "How is that fair?" Kaminari asked. 20 against 1? "It isn't fair," Aizawa said. "For you." The students exchanged glances. Some looked nervous, some looked determined. Bakugo looked like his blood was boiling. He stood at the back of the group, palms crackling, eyes locked on the figure at the end of the street. He hadn't told anyone about the hallway incident after the sports festival. The memory of his dislocated shoulder was private, personal, and it burned hotter than his quirk. "Begin," Aizawa said. Nobody moved for 3 seconds. Then Izuku started walking toward them. His footsteps echoed off the simulation buildings. Each one was measured, deliberate, the footsteps of someone who was crossing a distance not because he needed to, but because he wanted the anticipation to build. The venom was at level 1, minimal enhancement. An edge, nothing more. He wanted to do this as close to human as possible. Kirishima charged first. Brave. Stupid. He hardened his entire body and sprinted forward, fists raised, intending to meet force with force. Izuku caught Kirishima's punch in his palm. The hardened fist met flesh and stopped. Kirishima's eyes went wide behind his hardened face, the same expression the gang member in the auto garage had worn months ago. "Hardening is impressive against blunt force," Izuku said, but hardened joints cannot flex. He grabbed Kirishima's wrist, pulled the boy's arm straight, and twisted the wrist at the one angle where the hardening quirk couldn't follow, the natural rotation limit of the forearm. Kirishima's quirk cracked along the fault line. He yelped and dropped to one knee. Izuku swept his standing leg. Kirishima hit the ground. Izuku stepped over him and kept walking. Kaminari fired an electrical blast. Izuku sidestepped it. The bolt hit the pavement and scorched a circle. Electricity requires a conduction path, Izuku said without looking at the boy. Rubber-soled boots. Try again. Kaminari fired again. Izuku was already moving, closing the distance. He grabbed Kaminari's arm, redirected it so the electrical discharge went into the sky, and flicked the boy in the forehead with 2 fingers. The force knocked Kaminari off his feet. He slid across the pavement and sat up dazed, sparking uselessly. Sero shot tape from his elbows, trying to bind Izuku's arms. Izuku let the tape wrap around his left forearm, then yanked. Sero flew toward him like a fish on a line. Izuku caught him by the back of the costume, spun once, and threw him into Sato, who had been charging from the flank with a sugar-enhanced punch. They collided and went down in a tangle. Tokoyami released Dark Shadow. The sentient quirk surged forward, a mass of living darkness, talons extended, shrieking with predatory intent. Izuku pulled a flashbang from his belt and popped it. The burst of light hit Dark Shadow like a physical blow. The creature recoiled, shrinking, Tokoyami staggering backward as his quirk was forcibly suppressed. Environmental awareness, Izuku said. Your shadow is powerful, but you fight in daylight. You should have flanked. Ashido sprayed acid. Izuku vaulted over the stream, landed behind her, and tapped the back of her knee with his boot. She folded, hitting the ground. Acid requires distance and trajectory. Inside your range, you are defenseless. Shoji extended his dupli arms and tried to grapple. Izuku respected the attempt. The boy was strong, with multiple limbs and genuine grappling instinct. They locked up. For 3 seconds, Shoji held position. Then Izuku shifted his hips, found the leverage point, and hip-tossed the massive student over his shoulder and into the pavement. 7 students down in under 2 minutes. The remaining 13 regrouped. Yao Yorozu was creating a capture net from her skin. Jiro was extending her earphone jacks toward the ground, preparing to unleash a sonic attack through the concrete. Ojiro was flanking left with his tail. Aoyama was charging his naval laser. Izuku read the formation in a glance. The tactical part of his brain, the part that ate strategies for breakfast, mapped their positions, predicted their movements, and found the 3 openings they didn't know they had. Better, he said. You are coordinating. But coordination requires communication, and communication requires time. He moved before they were ready. 3 strides at level 1 speed, faster than a sprint, each stride covering 8 feet. He reached Yaoyorozu before the net was complete, caught the half-formed material, and tore it apart. He didn't hit her. Instead, he put one hand on her shoulder and pushed her gently but irresistibly to the ground. Your quirk is the most versatile in this class, but you hesitate. Stop thinking. Start creating. Jiro unleashed her sonic attack. The ground shook. The vibrations traveled up Izuku's legs. It hurt. His bones rattled. His vision blurred. He gritted his teeth and charged through it, reaching Jiro and catching her earphone jacks mid-extension. He wound them around his fist and tugged, pulling her off balance. Sonic attacks are effective at range. You let me close the distance. Mobility, Jiro. Never plant your feet. Aoyama's laser hit Izuku in the back, a direct shot. The beam burned through his shirt and seared his skin, a genuine hit, painful and real. Izuku felt the burn and filed it. He turned, caught the second laser shot on his forearm gauntlet, and closed the distance. Your laser is powerful, your resolve is not. Train until firing is reflex, not theater. Ojiro attacked from behind with his tail, a sweeping strike aimed at Izuku's knees. Smart targeting. Izuku jumped the sweep, caught the tail on the upswing, and used Ojiro's own momentum to spin him into Hagakure, who had been sneaking up invisible. Both went down. Invisibility is only useful if you are silent. I heard your footsteps 10 seconds ago. The class was being dismantled. Systematically, efficiently, without cruelty but without mercy. Each student received a lesson alongside their defeat, a specific tactical critique that cut deeper than any bruise because it was accurate. Asui tried to bind him with her tongue. Izuku caught it, wrapped it around his forearm, and reeled her in. Predictable attack pattern. Vary your engagement angles. Mineta threw sticky balls. Izuku dodged them all without breaking stride. Area denial is effective. Your aim is not. Uraraka, the girl from the entrance exam, the one he'd saved, ran toward him with her hand outstretched, gravity quirk ready. He saw her coming. He recognized her. Something flickered behind his lenses, not hesitation, but acknowledgement. She was brave. She'd gotten up from being pinned under debris, and she was still fighting. He let her get close. She touched his arm. Her quirk activated. Gravity released him, and he began to float. For exactly 1 second, Izuku shifted his weight, angled his body, and grabbed the edge of a nearby building's window frame as he rose. He pulled himself down against the zero-gravity field, muscles straining, and touched the ground with his feet. Her quirk was still active. He was technically weightless, but his grip strength and core stability kept him anchored. "Clever," he said, "but your quirk removes weight, not strength. If I can hold the ground, your gravity is irrelevant." He released the window frame and touched Uraraka's wrist. Gently. The kind of touch that said, "I could break this, but I won't. You are brave. That matters. But bravery without technique is martyrdom." 16 students down. 4 remained standing: Todoroki, Bakugo, Ida, and, to Izuku's surprise, Yaoyorozu, who had gotten back up, created a metal staff from her skin, and was standing with her jaw set and her eyes burning. The 4 of them formed a loose semicircle. No words exchanged. They'd learned in the last 5 minutes that communication time was a luxury they couldn't afford. Instead, they moved. Ida came first, engines blazing, a straight-line charge at maximum speed. He was fast, genuinely fast, a blur of blue armor and exhaust fumes. He aimed a kick at Izuku's midsection. Izuku turned sideways. The kick grazed his ribs instead of hitting his center mass. He grabbed Ida's ankle as it passed and redirected the boy's momentum into a spin. But Ida had learned from Stain. He kicked with his other leg while spinning, catching Izuku in the shoulder. The impact stung. Izuku released him. Todoroki attacked simultaneously. A wall of ice erupted from the ground, racing toward Izuku's feet, trying to freeze him in place. Izuku jumped, and the ice passed beneath him. But Todoroki wasn't done. A second wave came from the right, angled to catch Izuku in the air where he couldn't dodge. The ice caught his left leg, encased it from knee to foot in crystalline frost. Izuku's momentum died. He landed hard, anchored to the ground by the ice. Yaoyorozu created a flash grenade and threw it at his feet. The detonation was blinding. Izuku's mask lenses compensated, but the shock still rattled him for a half second. In that half second, Bakugo arrived. The blonde came in hot, propelled by explosions from both palms, a ballistic trajectory aimed directly at Izuku's immobilized position. His right hand was drawn back, palm blazing with the focused heat of a shaped charge. He'd trained this, a concentrated explosion rather than a wide blast, trading area for intensity. His fist connected with Izuku's chest. The explosion detonated on impact. The sound was enormous. Dust and ice fragments erupted outward. The shockwave shattered windows in the nearest simulation building. When the dust cleared, Izuku was still standing. The ice around his leg had been shattered by the explosion's concussive force, freeing him, ironically. His shirt was gone, burned away. His chest bore the mark of Bakugo's explosion, a red, blistering handprint seared into the venom-dense muscle. It was a hit. A real hit. A meaningful hit. Izuku looked down at the burn, looked up at Bakugo, who had landed 3 meters away and was already preparing a second attack, looked at Todoroki, whose ice was creeping forward again, at Ida, who was circling for another speed attack, at Yaoyorozu, who was creating something else, what looked like a weighted net launcher. 4 students, working together, using each other's strengths to create openings that none of them could create alone. It wasn't perfect, the timing was off, the coordination was instinctive rather than practiced, but it was real. "Better," Izuku said. He punched the ground. At level 1 enhancement, the impact was enough to crack the concrete in a radial pattern and send a shockwave through the street that knocked all 4 students off their feet. It was a blunt move, not tactical, just raw force used to reset the engagement. He walked through the settling dust and stopped in the center of the 4 downed students. You listened. You adapted. You coordinated without communication and combined your quirks to create an attack pattern that was greater than its parts. Todoroki, you used your ice for control instead of destruction. Bakugo, you focused your output instead of saturating. Ida, you drew my attention and accepted the risk of close engagement. Yaoyorozu, you overcame your hesitation. He looked at each of them. You landed a hit on me. That is more than most pro heroes have managed. He turned and walked toward the zone exit. Behind him, 20 students lay scattered across the mock city street in various states of defeat. None were seriously injured. All were humiliated. And all were thinking about what they'd done wrong, what they'd done right, and what the masked figure's critiques meant for their development. Train harder, Izuku said over his shoulder. Next time, I will use level 2. He walked out of Zone G. Harley dropped from the rooftop, landing beside him with a gymnast's soft feet. Ivy rose from the bench, vines retracting into the earth. In the observation tower, Aizawa watched them leave. His expression was unreadable, but his hands were shaking slightly. Not from fear. From the recognition that every critique Bane had delivered to his students was accurate. Every weakness identified was real. Every lesson was one that Aizawa himself should have taught but hadn't, because the hero education system prioritized quirk development over fundamental combat and tactical thinking. Nezu, watching from the faculty room, sipped his tea and said, "Fascinating. I would very much like to have a conversation with that young man." Aizawa looked at him. "He just walked through our entire first-year hero class." "Yes, and he taught them more in 10 minutes than they would have learned from the planned exam. Sometimes the best teachers are the ones who don't have permission to teach." The footage leaked within the day. 20 students. 1 quirkless vigilante. 10 minutes. The internet named it the Bane exam, and it became required viewing in underground martial arts communities and eventually in the hero education system itself. The League of Villains made contact 2 weeks later. Izuku was conducting a solo patrol in the Camino ward, not in costume, just civilian clothes and the compact venom kit in his backpack. He'd been tracking a lead on a weapons smuggling operation when he noticed the tail. 2 figures maintaining a 40-meter distance. Matching his pace changes too precisely to be coincidental. He ducked into a bar. A real bar, low lighting, jazz on the speakers, the kind of place that asked no questions. He sat in a corner booth and waited. They came in 3 minutes later. A man and a woman, both young, both radiating the specific kind of energy that said, "We are not here for drinks." The man was tall, lean, with black hair and skin mottled by burn scars that covered the lower half of his face and extended down his neck into his stapled-together skin. His eyes were piercing blue, cold, calculating, old beyond their years. The woman was shorter, blonde, with yellow eyes and a wide smile that showed too many teeth. She moved like a cat, sinuous, predatory, playful in a way that was the opposite of reassuring. A knife handle protruded from her sleeve. Dabi and Toga. Izuku had files on both. They slid into the booth across from him. Dabi ordered whiskey. Toga ordered a fruit cocktail. Neither took off their coats. "You're shorter than I expected," Dabi said. "You're less subtle than I expected." Izuku folded his hands on the table. The League of Villains sending 2 of its most recognizable members to a public bar. Either Shigaraki is desperate or stupid. Possibly both. Dabi's expression didn't change. The whiskey arrived and he didn't drink it. Shigaraki wants to talk. Shigaraki wants to recruit. There is a difference. Smart. Dabi leaned forward. "Here's the pitch. You hate the hero system. We hate the hero system. You want to tear it down. We want to tear it down. You've got the muscle. We've got the network. Together, we could." "No." The word landed like a door slamming. Dabi paused. Toga's smile flickered. "You have not finished listening," Dabi said. "I do not need to. Your organization is a collection of damaged individuals following a man-child with a god complex who throws tantrums when his toys break. You have no ideology beyond destruction. You have no plan beyond chaos. You replace one broken system with nothing, a void where your leader's ego should be." Dabi's jaw tightened. The temperature around him rose slightly, a tell that Izuku cataloged. "I am not building a rebellion," Izuku continued. "I am building pressure, targeted, strategic, legal pressure that forces the system to reform because the alternative is its own irrelevance. You attack from outside and validate the Commission's existence. I attack from within the law and expose their powerlessness. They're not the same." "Pretty speech," Dabi said, "but words don't stop quirks." "Mine do." Silence. The jazz played. The bartender wiped glasses. And when words aren't enough? Dabi asked. Izuku showed his hands, open, relaxed, resting on the table. The calluses on his palms were visible, thick, rough, the hands of someone who'd been gripping concrete and steel for over a year. Then I use these. Toga moved. She was fast. The knife appeared from her sleeve like a magic trick, the blade driving toward Izuku's hand on the table. A pin move. Nail his hand to the wood and establish dominance. Izuku's hand wasn't there anymore. It had shifted 2 inches to the left at the moment Toga's shoulder flexed, the tell that preceded her attack. His right hand closed around her wrist. The grip was absolute. Toga gasped. The knife stopped an inch from the table. He squeezed, the bones in her wrist ground together. Toga's eyes went wide, the playful smile replaced by genuine pain and something else. Excitement. The wrong kind. Izuku twisted. The knife dropped. The wrist cracked, not broken, but a hairline fracture along the radius. Toga whimpered, and her eyes went wider, brighter. He let go. Toga pulled her hand back, cradling it against her chest, her expression cycling between pain and ecstasy in a way that confirmed everything Izuku's file on her suggested about her psychology. "Tell Shigaraki this," Izuku said, looking at Dabi. "Stay out of my way. Do not approach me again. Do not approach my associates. Do not operate in my territory. If you do, I will find you, and what I did to the Nomu will look gentle." He stood, dropped enough cash on the table to cover both their drinks. A power move. Petty, deliberate, the kind of insult that stung precisely because it was small. "And Dabi," Izuku said from the doorway, "your body temperature spikes when you're angry. In a fight, that will cost you. Control it." He left. The bar door closed behind him. Dabi stared at the empty booth, then at Toga, who was examining her swelling wrist with a dreamy expression. "He's strong," Toga murmured. "Really strong. I want his blood." "He's a problem," Dabi said. He picked up the whiskey Izuku had paid for and drank it in one swallow. "But not ours. Not yet." He was wrong about that, but neither of them knew it yet. The forest was on fire. The Pussycats training camp, nestled in a mountain forest 2 hours outside Musutafu, was literally burning. Dabi's blue flames licked through the tree canopy, turning centuries-old pines into pillars of fire. The smoke was so thick it blotted out the stars. Izuku had known the League would attack. Ivy's root network had picked up subterranean vibrations consistent with warp gate deployment 3 days before the attack. The League's advanced scouts, mapping the terrain. He'd tracked the patterns, identified the probable attack vectors, and positioned his team accordingly. They'd arrived at the forest 6 hours before the League. Ivy had spent those hours extending her quirk through every root system in a 3-kilometer radius, turning the entire forest floor into a sensory grid that reported every footstep, every heartbeat, every temperature fluctuation. Harley had scouted the perimeter and identified 12 potential breach points. Izuku had studied the camp's layout and the students' cabin assignments, mapping evacuation routes and defensive positions. When Dabi's flames erupted at 10 p.m., Izuku was already moving. The venom hit level 3 as he crashed through the burning underbrush toward the epicenter of the attack. Trees toppled around him, some from the fire, some from the sheer force of his passage. His mask's lenses cut through the smoke with thermal imaging he'd built into the polycarbonate. The first villain he encountered was a man in dark clothing with a gas-emitting quirk. Mustard. The boy, he was young, maybe 16, stood in a clearing surrounded by a dense cloud of purple knockout gas, wearing a gas mask and holding a revolver like he thought it made him dangerous. Izuku walked through the gas. The venom's metabolic acceleration neutralized the sedative compounds before they could reach his brain. He emerged from the purple cloud and Mustard screamed, firing 3 shots. The bullets hit Izuku's chest at level 3 density. They penetrated his compression shirt and embedded in the muscle beneath, shallow, painful, insignificant, like bee stings on a rhinoceros. Izuku grabbed the revolver, crushed it, grabbed Mustard by the front of his jacket and lifted him one-handed. "You brought a gun to fight children," Izuku said. He threw Mustard into a tree trunk. The boy hit bark and crumpled, unconscious before he reached the ground. Harley found her target in the eastern quadrant. Moonfish, a villain with a blade-tooth quirk, extending hardened teeth from his mouth into razor-sharp lances that could cut steel. He was hunting students through the forest, his elongated teeth clicking and scraping like scissors in the dark. He found two students, Tokoyami and Shoji, cornered against a cliff face. Dark shadow was raging, Tokoyami losing control in the darkness, the sentient quirk growing larger and more dangerous by the second. Moonfish was closing in, teeth extending, ready for the kill. Harley dropped from a tree branch above him. The counselor connected with the back of Moonfish's skull with the full force of a weighted steel bat swung by a gymnast who'd been training her swing mechanics for over a year. The impact cratered the villain's metal head restraint and drove him face first into the forest floor. He tried to rise. Harley hit him again and again. 3 swings, each one precise, each one targeting the neural cluster at the base of the skull. Moonfish stopped moving. "Night-night, edgelord," Harley said, resting the bat on her shoulder. She looked at the 2 stunned students. "You boys okay?" Tokoyami was struggling to rein in Dark Shadow. The creature was thrashing, wild, feeding on the darkness of the burning forest. Harley assessed the situation in 2 seconds, pulled a road flare from her belt, and popped it. Bright orange light flooded the area. Dark Shadow recoiled, shrinking, and Tokoyami gasped as he regained control. "Light suppresses it," Harley said. "Your teachers should have told you to carry flares. Stay near the light. Move toward the main camp. Go." They went. Ivy's engagement was quieter but no less decisive. She sat cross-legged on the forest floor half a kilometer from the main attack, her palms pressed flat against the earth, her quirk pulsing through the network like a heartbeat through arteries. She found the villains through their footsteps, each one registered as a pressure pattern on her sensory grid: weight, gait, speed, direction. She mapped their positions in real time and fed the information to Izuku and Harley through their earpieces, and where she found villains, she grew traps. Roots erupted from the soil beneath a pair of thugs running through the forest, tangling their ankles and pulling them underground up to their chests. Thorn barriers sprouted across escape routes, funneling fleeing villains into dead ends where Izuku or Harley could intercept them. Medicinal vines grew toward the injured students she sensed through the grid, their leaves exuding a mild analgesic compound that numbed pain and slowed bleeding. The forest was her domain, and in her domain, nothing moved without her permission. But the main threats were deeper in. Izuku found Muscular in a clearing where 3 trees had been uprooted by brute force. The villain was massive, 6'4", with a muscle fiber quirk that allowed him to stack layers of augmented muscle over his body like organic armor. He'd already engaged 2 students, Kota, a small boy who'd been hiding in a cave nearby, and a UA student who tried to protect him and was now slumped against a boulder, bleeding. Muscular saw Izuku emerge from the smoke. The villain's single working eye widened, then lit up with something like joy. "Now we're talking!" Muscular flexed, his muscle fibers expanding outward, layering over his frame until he was a walking mass of sinew and power. Finally, someone worth hitting. Izuku didn't respond. He dialed the venom to level 5. The transformation was violent. His body surged past 7 feet in 2 seconds, muscles expanding with enough force to crack the ground beneath him. The tubes on his arms blazed green, illuminating the clearing with eerie light that turned the smoke into an emerald fog. Muscular charged. He was fast for his size, a locomotive of augmented muscle, fist drawn back, every fiber of his quirk packed into one devastating punch that could crater mountainsides. The punch came for Izuku's face. Izuku caught it. His palm closed around Muscular's fist. The impact shockwave flattened the grass in a 10-meter radius and extinguished every small fire in the clearing. Muscular's eye went wide. He pushed harder. His muscle fibers writhed, stacking more layers, more power, his arm expanding to grotesque proportions as he poured everything into the punch. Izuku held. His arm didn't bend, his feet didn't move. He absorbed the force through his skeleton, through his reinforced joints, through the venom-enhanced musculature that had been forged in a condemned warehouse over 15 months of self-destruction and rebirth. "You love this," Izuku said. "The fighting, the destruction. You came here hoping to kill children for sport." He squeezed Muscular's fist. The muscle fibers, dense as they were, compressed under the pressure. Muscular grunted, the first sign of pain. "I am not a child." Izuku drove his free fist into Muscular's midsection. The punch went through his fist, propelled by level 5 venom enhancement, punctured the layers of muscle fiber like a cannonball through wet clay. He felt the fibers tear, felt the underlying flesh give way, felt the crack of ribs shattering beneath his knuckles. Muscular's eye went blank. The air left his lungs in an explosive cough. His muscle fibers unraveled, retreating from the wound site, leaving his natural body exposed, and his natural body was now badly broken. Shattered ribs, internal bleeding, a wound that would require surgery and months of recovery. "You were boring," Izuku said. He let go. Muscular hit the ground and didn't move. Kota, the small boy, stared from behind his boulder. Izuku glanced at him, and for a moment, the 7-foot monster softened. Just a fraction. Just enough. "You are safe," he said. "Stay here. Someone will come for you." He turned toward the main camp. The real fight was waiting. Dabi stood at the center of the burning camp, blue flames dancing across both palms, his patchwork face illuminated by his own fire. Around him, UA students had been scattered and separated. The League's plan had been to isolate them, pick them off, and kidnap Bakugo in the chaos. The kidnapping hadn't happened. Harley had reached Bakugo's position first. She'd found the blonde fighting 2 League members simultaneously and winning, but surrounded. She'd broken one villain's kneecap with her bat and the other's jaw with a spinning heel kick, then stood back-to-back with Bakugo as more emerged from the smoke. "I don't need your help," Bakugo snarled, palms blazing. "And yet here I am saving your butt," Harley replied. "Shut up and fight." They did. Bakugo's explosions and Harley's bat created a zone of absolute destruction around them that no League member could penetrate. It was an unlikely partnership, one built on mutual aggression and complementary combat styles. And it held, but Dabi was the linchpin. His flames were the most dangerous weapon on the field. Blue fire, hotter than anything short of an industrial furnace, capable of incinerating flesh and bone in seconds. The forest was his fuel source. Every burning tree fed his destruction, spreading the blaze wider, creating a firestorm that threatened to consume the entire mountainside. Izuku walked through the fire. His skin blistered. At level 5, the venom's regenerative component healed burns in real time. But the pain was constant, a searing, all-over agony that tested the limits of his pain tolerance. He walked through it anyway because pain was an old friend and fire was just another obstacle. Dabi saw him emerge from the inferno. The villain's blue eyes narrowed. "You," Dabi said. "I warned Shigaraki you'd show up. And here I am." Dabi didn't waste time with words. He raised both hands and unleashed a torrent of blue flame. The blast was massive, a wall of fire 20 feet wide that roared toward Izuku with the force of a jet engine. Izuku grabbed a concrete slab from the ruined campsite, a piece of foundation that weighed several hundred pounds, and held it in front of him like a shield. The blue flames hit the concrete and superheated it, turning the outer layer to slag, but the mass absorbed enough thermal energy to protect Izuku's advance. He charged through the fire, concrete shield shedding molten fragments, and closed the distance. Dabi tried to redirect his flames. Point blank now, both palms aimed at Izuku's face. Izuku threw the slab. It hit Dabi in the chest and sent him skidding backward 20 feet, his flames cutting off as the impact knocked the wind from his lungs. The concrete, superheated and deformed, broke apart around the villain's body. Dabi rolled to his feet, coughing, and fired again. A focused beam this time, concentrated, precise, aimed at Izuku's eyes. Izuku ducked. The beam passed over his head and ignited a tree behind him. He closed the remaining distance in 2 strides and grabbed Dabi's right arm. The villain's flames licked up Izuku's forearm, burning away the sleeve, blistering the skin beneath. The venom healed and the flames burned and the cycle repeated, skin regenerating and charring in real time. Izuku didn't let go. He torqued Dabi's arm backward, found the mechanical limit of the elbow joint, and applied force past it. The arm broke. Dabi screamed. His flames sputtered. The quirk's output was connected to physical exertion, and a broken arm disrupted the neural pathways needed for fine control. Izuku kicked him in the chest. Dabi flew backward and hit a tree hard enough to split the trunk. He slumped at its base, broken arm at a wrong angle, breathing ragged, blue eyes full of pain and fury. Kurogiri's warp gate materialized behind Dabi. The black mist expanded, ready to swallow the villain and evacuate him. "This isn't over," Dabi gasped, sliding backward into the portal. "For you it is," Izuku said. The portal closed. Dabi was gone. One by one, the League's forces were extracted through Kurogiri's warp gates, those that could still move anyway. The ones who couldn't were left behind for the authorities. Muscular, Moonfish, Mustard, half a dozen low-tier thugs entangled in Ivy's root network, Bakugo was never taken. The League's kidnapping operation failed completely, undone by 3 people who had no license, no authority, and no intention of following anyone's rules. When the pro-heroes finally arrived, Aizawa, Vlad King, the Pussycats, a squad of police officers, they found the training camp in ruins. Trees burning, ground cratered, the aftermath of a battle that had reshaped the landscape. They also found every UA student accounted for, injured, shaken, but alive. Everyone. Aizawa stood at the center of the camp and looked at the destruction. His eyes found the massive footprints in the earth. The craters where level 5 venom had been deployed. The root systems that had restrained villains and protected students in equal measure. He was here, Aizawa said. He saved them. Vlad King replied. Aizawa said nothing. There was nothing to say. The man he couldn't arrest had done what their security protocols, their hero presence, and their entire institutional apparatus had failed to do. The media called Bane a hero the next morning. The Hero Commission called an emergency session, and Izuku Midoriya, sitting in his warehouse with burn cream on his forearms and Harley icing a bruise on her shoulder while Ivy made tea, read the coverage with the satisfied calm of a man whose plan was unfolding exactly as designed. The Hero Public Safety Commission held their emergency session behind closed doors, but Izuku knew the outcome before it was announced. The pattern was predictable. Threat emerges, institution panics, institution responds with legislation. The bill was called the Quirk Enhancement Regulation Act. Its core provision, any chemical substance that enhanced physical abilities beyond natural human limits would be classified as an artificial quirk and subject to all existing vigilante suppression laws. The definition of natural human limits was left deliberately vague, a feature, not a bug, designed to give prosecutors maximum flexibility. If passed, the bill would retroactively criminalize everything Izuku had done. Every intervention, every fight, every life saved. He would be reclassified from private citizen exercising his rights to unlicensed quirk user engaged in vigilante activity. The penalties included prison time. The bill was fast-tracked. The commission scheduled a public press conference to announce it, a strategic choice designed to make the legislation a fait accompli before opposition could organize. They booked the National Hero Media Center, a facility with stadium seating for 300 journalists and live broadcast capability to every major network. Izuku watched the announcement of the press conference on the news. He set down his tea, looked at Harley and Ivy, and said, "We are going to that press conference." "As ourselves?" Harley asked. "As ourselves." The National Hero Media Center was a fortress of glass and steel in downtown Musutafu, designed for spectacle. 300 journalists, 40 cameras, a raised stage where the commission president, a severe woman named Nagamasa Hikari, with steel gray hair and the demeanor of someone who had never been wrong, stood behind a podium flanked by 6 commission officers and 2 legal advisors. Behind the journalists, the gallery held 200 members of the public who'd obtained passes through lottery. Among them, seated in the 4th row, were 3 individuals: a muscular teenager in a black dress shirt, a blonde girl in a red blazer, and a red-headed woman in a green jacket. Harley had a camera, not a press camera, a personal device modified for broadcast quality video connected to a live streaming account that had gained 3 million followers since the Stain incident. Everything that happened in this room would be seen by millions in real time. Ivy had her hands folded in her lap, but her bare ankles were pressed against the floor. The building's foundation was old enough to have plant matter in the concrete aggregate, and through it she could feel every person in the room, their weight, their movement, their heartbeat. President Nagamasa began speaking. Her voice was polished, authoritative, the product of decades in public administration. She outlined the bill's provisions with clinical precision, the definition of artificial enhancement, the legal reclassification framework, the enforcement mechanisms, the penalties. This legislation, she concluded, closes a dangerous loophole that has been exploited by individuals who operate outside the regulatory framework that keeps our citizens safe. The Hero Public Safety Commission has a mandate to ensure that all superhuman activity occurs within the boundaries of the law. This bill fulfills that mandate. She opened the floor for questions. Hands shot up across the press gallery. A voice that wasn't from the press gallery cut through the room. I have a question. Every head turned. Izuku stood up from his seat in the public gallery. Without the mask, without the venom, he was still conspicuous. His physique strained the dress shirt, and his presence drew attention the way a bonfire draws moths. But he was, to anyone who didn't know better, just a very large teenager. Security moved. 2 officers stepped toward the gallery, hands on their communicators. This is a press conference, Nagamasa said. Questions are for credentialed journalists. Article 7 of the Public Transparency Act guarantees any citizen the right to pose questions at publicly broadcast government proceedings, Izuku said. His voice carried without amplification, clear, precise, projecting with the kind of diction that commanded attention. This press conference qualifies. I am a citizen. I have a question. Nagamasa's eyes narrowed. She didn't recognize him. She had no reason to. The green monster wore a mask, and the boy in the 4th row looked like a college athlete, not a vigilante. Proceed, she said, because the cameras were rolling and denying a citizen their legal right would play badly. Izuku stepped into the aisle. He didn't approach the stage. He didn't need to. The cameras were already on him. Your bill classifies any chemical substance that enhances physical abilities beyond natural human limits as an artificial quirk. My question is, what constitutes natural human limits? Nagamasa's expression remained fixed. The legislation defines that as the upper threshold of documented human physical performance without quirk or chemical intervention. Documented by whom? The Commission's Scientific Advisory Board. The same advisory board that classified the Nomu, a biological weapon that attacked UA students, as a non-quirk entity for 3 weeks, because acknowledging it as a quirk construct would have required admitting that someone was manufacturing weapons the Commission couldn't detect. Murmuring in the press gallery. Pens moved faster. Camera operators zoomed in. Nagamasa's composure flickered. That classification was corrected after the green monster destroyed it, but let's return to the bill. Izuku's hands were clasped behind his back. His posture was military straight. Under your definition, caffeine enhances physical performance. Creatine enhances physical performance. Adrenaline injections, corticosteroids, and dozens of legal supplements enhance physical performance beyond resting baselines. Your bill, as written, would criminalize a cup of coffee if consumed before a physical altercation. That's a disingenuous interpretation. It is a literal interpretation, President Nagamasa. Legislation does not operate on intent. It operates on language. And the language of your bill creates a classification so broad that any prosecutor with an agenda could charge a bodybuilder who takes protein powder with unlicensed quirk enhancement. The murmuring grew louder. Several journalists were typing furiously. The legal analysts in the room, and there were many, because the quirk loophole had made this topic irresistible, were nodding. The boy in the audience was making the same argument that a dozen legal scholars had published in the week since the bill was announced, but he was doing it live on camera with the precision of a practiced litigator. Furthermore, Izuku continued, the bill's enforcement mechanism relies on the existing vigilante suppression framework, which was designed specifically to regulate quirk usage. By classifying chemical enhancement as an artificial quirk, you are not closing a loophole. You are redefining what a quirk is. And if a quirk is no longer defined by genetics, but by outcome, by what a person can do rather than how they do it, then your entire regulatory model collapses. Nagamasa's advisors were whispering urgently. She raised a hand to silence them. Young man, I appreciate your legal analysis, but this bill has been reviewed by the same legal team that has failed to prosecute the Green Monster for over 6 months. The same team that declared the USJ intervention legally unchallenged and the Stain takedown jurisdictionally ambiguous. Your legal team, President Nagamasa, has been outmaneuvered by a teenager in a mask. And now they've written a bill that a teenager without a mask is dismantling on live television. The press gallery erupted. Questions flew. Cameras flashed. Harley, in her seat, filmed everything with a smile that could have powered a city block. Nagamasa's composure fractured. Security, please escort. One more question. Izuku raised his voice, not shouting, projecting with the force and clarity that Bane's journal had taught him. This bill is not about public safety. It is about control. The Hero Commission's power depends on a monopoly, the monopoly on who is allowed to be strong. Every hero license, every quirk regulation, every vigilante suppression law exists to maintain that monopoly. And the Green Monster, he paused, threatens it. Not because he's dangerous, but because he proves that the monopoly is a lie, that strength is not genetic, that it can be earned, built, chosen. And that terrifies you. He let the silence hang. 300 journalists, 40 cameras, and 200 public witnesses sat in the National Hero Media Center and heard a teenager articulate the fundamental flaw in the system that governed their lives. "I suggest you withdraw the bill," Izuku said, "before the court of public opinion does it for you." He sat down. The press conference devolved. Nagamasa tried to regain control, but the questions that followed were all about Izuku's arguments, not her legislation. Within an hour, the bill was the top trending topic online. Within a day, 3 constitutional law professors had published analyses confirming the bill's definitional problems. Within a week, a coalition of civil liberties organizations filed a formal challenge. The bill stalled. It never reached a vote. The commission, humiliated for the second time, retreated behind closed doors to lick their wounds and plan their next move. Harley's live stream of the press conference got 47 million views. The comments called the unknown teenager everything from the next great legal mind to the commission's worst nightmare. Izuku watched the view counter climb from the warehouse while Ivy grew the medicinal plants that kept their operation running, and Harley edited the footage for maximum impact. 47 million. Harley said, grinning at her screen. "Babe, you're famous." "The argument is famous. I am nobody." He paused. "That is the point." Ivy looked up from her plants. "The commission will not forget this. They will find another way." "Yes," Izuku said, "but every attempt they make reveals more of their true nature, and every revelation costs them public trust. They are fighting a war of attrition against their own credibility, and they do not even know it." The message arrived 3 weeks later, hand-delivered by a prison guard who left it in an envelope taped to the underside of a bench in a Musutafu park. Ivy's root network detected the guard's unusually elevated heartbeat near the drop point. The man was scared, corrupted, acting under duress or payment. The envelope contained a single sheet of paper, heavy stock, expensive. The handwriting was elegant, the penmanship of someone who had all the time in the world. "I have watched your work with great interest. We are alike. You and I, we see the truth behind the smile. When I am free, we should speak. Until then, I offer this. The Commission's records, Vault 17, Sublevel 4, contain the evidence you need to dismantle them entirely. Consider it a gift between kindred spirits. AFO." All for one, Izuku read the letter at the warehouse table. Harley read it over his shoulder. Ivy read it from across the table, her expression cold. "He's manipulating you," Ivy said. "Obviously. The intelligence could be legitimate," Harley offered. "Even manipulators use real bait." "The intelligence is almost certainly real," Izuku agreed. "All for One has had decades to infiltrate the Commission. He would know where their secrets are buried. But the purpose of giving me this information is not to help me. It is to create a debt, to establish a connection, to make me feel that we have shared interests." He folded the letter. "We do not." "So we ignore it?" Harley asked. "No, we verify it. And if the intelligence is real, we use it on our terms, not his. A gift is only leverage if the recipient acknowledges the giver." The intelligence was real. 2 weeks of investigation, conducted through legal channels, public records requests, and Ivy's root network mapping the subterranean layout of Commission headquarters, confirmed that Vault 17 existed and contained classified documents that the Commission had never disclosed to oversight committees. Izuku didn't break into the vault. He didn't need to. He leaked the vault's existence to 3 investigative journalists who specialized in government transparency, along with enough legally obtained evidence to justify a formal inquiry. The journalists ran their stories. The inquiry was launched. The Commission's internal documents, including the extra-legal channels, threat assessment, and communications with heroes about suppressing Bane through intimidation, became public. The fallout was significant. 2 commissioners resigned. The president, Nagamasa, was placed under review. Public trust in the commission dropped to its lowest point in a decade. All for One's bait had been real, and Izuku had used it without acknowledging the gift, without creating a debt, and without giving the imprisoned villain any leverage. But he knew All for One wouldn't stop trying. He visited Tartarus on a Tuesday afternoon, legally as a civilian. Japan's prison system permitted civilian visits to maximum security inmates under strict protocols. Reinforced glass, audio monitoring, armed guards, and quirk suppression fields so powerful they dampened ambient electromagnetic activity. The corridor to All for One's cell was long, white, and sterile. The lights hummed. The air was recycled. Everything about the place was designed to make visitors feel small. Izuku did not feel small. He sat in the metal chair on his side of the glass and waited. The partition was 6 inches of transparent composite material rated to withstand a direct hit from a tank round. Behind it, in a cell that was more technology than architecture, sat a man. All for One looked nothing like his reputation. He was seated, not bound, not struggling, just seated. In a white chair, and wearing a plain white uniform. His face was ruined, a mass of scar tissue where his features should have been, the result of his battles with All Might. No eyes, no nose, just a mouth that smiled with the patient certainty of someone who was exactly where he chose to be. Izuku Midoriya, All for One said. His voice was cultured, warm, paternal in a way that made Izuku's skin crawl. I wondered when you would come. You sent me a letter. I sent you information. Information you used quite effectively, I must say. The commission is reeling. 2 commissioners gone, the president under review. You're dismantling them faster than I ever did, and you're doing it without breaking a single law. It's artful. Flattery is a manipulator's first tool, and suspicion is a tactician's. We have that in common. Izuku placed his hands flat on the metal counter. We have nothing in common. All for One tilted his ruined head. The smile didn't waver. No, we both see the hero system for what it is, a cage designed to contain power and distribute it according to the preferences of those who already hold it. We both understand that real change requires force that operates outside institutional boundaries. We both know that All Might's era is ending, and what follows will be shaped by those willing to seize it. The difference is purpose. You want control. You have spent centuries accumulating quirks, building power structures, and manipulating people because you are addicted to dominance. You don't want to change the system. You want to be the system. All for One's smile shifted. A fraction, a microscopic adjustment that said you're closer to the truth than I'd like. I want to replace a broken order with one that works. All for One said. You want to replace one master with another, yourself. I want to break the concept of mastery entirely. We are not alike. We are opposites. Izuku leaned forward. His eyes, green, steady, depthless, bored into the space where All for One's eyes should have been. You are a parasite. You steal power from others because you cannot generate your own. Every quirk you hold was taken from someone who earned it, someone who was born with it, someone who did not choose to give it up. He raised his hands, turned them over, showed the calluses, the scars, the thick forearms corded with muscle that no quirk had built. I earned mine, every ounce of strength, every technique, every drop of the compound in my veins. It was built, not stolen, forged, not taken. And that is why I will never need what you're offering. All for One was silent for 4 seconds. In a man who controlled every conversation he'd ever had, 4 seconds of silence was an earthquake. You are remarkable, All for One said finally. Truly, the last person who sat in that chair and spoke to me with such certainty was All Might, and I broke him. You broke his body. His legacy survives. Legacies are fragile things, Izuku. They require maintenance, support, allies. The smile returned. You have 2 allies, a girl with a bat and a girl with plants. Strong allies, certainly. But against what's coming, you will need more. What's coming? All for One said nothing. The smile stayed fixed. The silence was an answer, or a threat. Izuku stood. When you escape, and we both know you will try, I will be waiting, not as your ally, not as your enemy's weapon, as something you've never faced before. And what is that? Someone you cannot steal from. He left. The corridor felt longer on the way out, but that was an illusion designed by the architecture. Izuku walked through it without looking back. Overhaul operated out of a compound in Musutafu's Shi Hasaikai district, a fortified Yakuza stronghold that looked like a traditional Japanese estate on the outside and a pharmaceutical laboratory on the inside. Izuku had been tracking the operation for weeks. The intelligence had come from multiple sources. Ivy's root network, which had detected unusual chemical concentrations in the soil near the compound, Goto's underground contacts who reported that the Shi Hasaikai was developing a quirk-destroying drug, and a series of hospital reports that Izuku had accessed through less-than-legal means, documenting a young girl admitted with injuries consistent with prolonged physical abuse and experimental medical procedures. The girl's name was Eri. She was 6 years old. Her quirk, Rewind, the ability to reverse a person's biological state, was the source material for Overhaul's drug. He was using her blood, her body, her pain to manufacture bullets that could erase quirks permanently. A 6-year-old girl tortured for profit. Izuku didn't hesitate. He didn't plan for weeks. He didn't coordinate with heroes. He read the intelligence, confirmed it through 2 independent sources, and announced to Harley and Ivy, "We're going in tomorrow night." "How many hostiles?" Harley asked. Intelligence suggests 30 to 40 Yakuza members, 8 to 10 with combat-relevant quirks. Overhaul himself is the primary threat. His quirk allows him to deconstruct and reconstruct matter through physical contact. Anything he touches with his hands, he can destroy and rebuild at will. Anything? Ivy's voice was quiet. She understood the implications immediately. Anything, including people. He kills by touching. He heals by touching. He reshapes the physical world through contact. Izuku met their eyes. "We do not let him touch us." The assault began at 1 a.m. on a Saturday. Ivy went first, extending her quirk through the compound's foundation. The traditional estate was built on old soil, rich with dormant root systems. She mapped the interior through vibrations, guard positions, structural layouts, the underground laboratory where the chemical signature of Ares' quirk factor was strongest. Harley breached the perimeter. She scaled the compound wall in seconds, dropped into the courtyard, and neutralized 2 guards before they could raise an alarm. The counselor was silenced for the mission, wrapped in leather to muffle impact sounds. The guards went down without a whisper. Izuku went through the front gate. Literally through it. Venom level 3, shoulder down, the reinforced wooden gate exploding inward in a shower of splinters. Subtlety had a time and place. This wasn't it. The compound erupted. Guards poured from the main house, guns drawn, quirks activating. Izuku met them in the courtyard and broke them like waves against a seawall. A man with a bone projectile quirk fired sharpened spikes at his chest. Izuku caught them out of the air and threw them back. A woman with a telekinetic grip tried to hold him in place. He walked through her quirk's influence, the venom-enhanced musculature generating more force than her mental hold could contain, and flicked her in the forehead. She crumpled. Inside the compound, Harley was in her element. The hallways were narrow, the rooms close-quartered. Perfect terrain for a fast, agile fighter with a steel bat. She bounced off walls, slid under grabs, vaulted over furniture, and laid waste to everyone who wasn't Eri and wasn't her team. She didn't hold back. These were people who tortured a child. The counselor connected with skulls, ribs, and kneecaps in a percussion symphony of violence. Ivy sealed the exits. Thick, thorny vines erupted from the foundation, growing across every door and window, turning the compound into a sealed box. No one was leaving until she permitted it. In the underground laboratory, the Shi Hasaikai's elite gathered around their leader. Overhaul, Kai Chisaki, stood in the center of his domain, white gloves on, plague mask fixed over his face, golden eyes cold and calculating above it. Around him, his most powerful subordinates prepared for the fight they knew was coming. Rappa found Izuku first. The bare-knuckle brawler came through a door on the lower level, massive fists swinging, a grin splitting his scarred face. "You're the one they call Bane?" Rappa cracked his knuckles. "I've been dying for a real fight." Izuku turned down the venom. 0. Completely off. His body contracted to its natural state, 5'6", 175, no chemical enhancement. Just muscle and bone and 15 months of brutal conditioning, Rappa noticed. "You turned off the juice? Are you disrespecting me?" "I am honoring you. You want to fight, so do I." The compound would make this meaningless. Rappa stared at him for a long moment, then he laughed, a genuine, booming laugh of delight. "I like you. Let's do this." They fought, pure martial arts. No quirks from either side. Rappa's strong-arm quirk was activated involuntarily, giving him enhanced punching power, but the base of his style was boxing. Hard, traditional, devastating boxing. Izuku met it with the hybrid combat style he built from Bane's journal, Goto's dirty fighting, and his own analytical mind. He slipped Rappa's jabs, redirected his crosses, and countered with combinations that targeted joints and nerve clusters. Every exchange was information. Every strike was a test. Rappa was good. Genuinely good. His punches were fast, powerful, and his instinct for timing was exceptional. He caught Izuku with a right hook that snapped his head sideways and made his vision blur. He followed with a body shot that cracked a rib. Izuku ate the damage and kept fighting. He found Rappa's pattern. The big man loaded his right hand too high before firing it, creating a half-second window where his liver was exposed. Izuku waited for the load, counted the rhythm, and when the right hand rose, he drove a straight left into Rappa's liver with precision that dropped the brawler to his knees. Rappa gasped. His body betrayed him. The liver shut down voluntary muscle control for a critical 2 seconds. Izuku stepped behind him, Age, locked his arm around Rappa's throat and squeezed until the big man's eyes rolled back and he slumped forward, unconscious. Izuku laid him down gently. Rappa had earned that. "You love fighting," Izuku said to the unconscious brawler. "Don't waste it on a germaphobe coward." He activated the venom. Level 4. Time to finish this. The path to Overhaul's inner sanctum was a gauntlet. Izuku fought through it. Yakuza soldiers, quirk users, trapped hallways that Overhaul had reconstructed into mazes using his quirk. Walls shifted, floors dissolved. The environment itself became a weapon. Izuku adapted. He punched through reconstructing walls before they could solidify. He jumped over dissolving floors. He used the debris as weapons, hurling chunks of reformed stone at defenders with enough force to shatter concrete. He reached the central laboratory. Overhaul was waiting. The room was clean, sterile. White walls, white floor, white ceiling. A laboratory straight out of a pharmaceutical nightmare, with operating tables, chemical analysis equipment, and rows of completed quirk-destroying bullets in sealed cases. In the corner, in a bed that was bolted to the floor, a small girl with white hair and a single horn on her forehead lay curled in a fetal position. Her arms were bandaged. Her eyes, red, enormous, exhausted, stared at nothing. Eri, Izuku looked at her and felt something crack inside his chest. Not his ribs, not his bones. Something deeper. The cold, strategic calm that defined his combat persona fractured, and beneath it surged a fury so profound it had no sound. He looked at Overhaul. The Yakuza leader stood 10 feet away, gloves off, bare hands exposed, the most dangerous weapons in the room. "You are trespassing in my home," Overhaul said. His voice was even, unhurried, the tone of someone who believed in his own invincibility. "And you are interrupting important work. Your work is torturing a child. My work is curing the disease of quirks. She is the antibody. Her sacrifice serves a greater purpose. Her sacrifice was never hers to give." Izuku's voice was steel wrapped in ice. "She is 6 years old. She did not volunteer. She did not consent. You carved pieces off her body and called it progress." "Sentimentality," Overhaul said, and attacked. He was fast. Faster than Izuku expected. Overhaul's combat style relied on his quirk. Touch the ground, and it erupted into spikes of reformed matter. Touch a wall, and it became a projectile. Touch a person, and they ceased to exist. The ground beneath Izuku's feet detonated upward, reformed into stone spikes aimed at his torso. He jumped. The wall to his right exploded inward, chunks of reconstructed material flying at him like shrapnel. He deflected them with his forearms, the venom-enhanced muscle absorbing the impacts. Overhaul was already there, closing the distance, gloved hand reaching for Izuku's face. One touch. That was all he needed. One touch, 5 fingers, and Izuku's body would disassemble at the molecular level. Izuku twisted. The hand passed his cheek by millimeters. He could feel the quirk activating. The air around Overhaul's fingers vibrated with deconstructive energy. Close. Too close. He countered with tactics. Smoke bombs from his belt, 3 of them, filling the sterile lab with opaque gray clouds. Overhaul's quirk required line of sight for precision targeting. In the smoke, his reconstructions became broader, less accurate, more wasteful. Izuku moved through the smoke like a ghost. He grabbed a steel operating table and hurled it at Overhaul. The Yakuza leader touched it mid-flight, and the table dissolved into its component materials, reforming as a wave of steel fragments that shot back toward Izuku. The fragments hit. Dozens of them, cutting through his compression shirt, embedding in his skin. Pain. Blood. The venom healed what it could, and Izuku pressed forward through what it couldn't. He needed to neutralize those hands. He pulled a syringe from his belt. Custom loaded. Not venom. Something else. A variant compound he developed with Ivy's help over the past month, designed for a very specific purpose. He circled Overhaul in the smoke. The Yakuza leader was reconstructing the laboratory around him. Walls shifting, floor morphing, the entire room becoming a weapon. But Overhaul's quirk had limits. Each reconstruction required cognitive processing. The more complex the restructure, the more mental bandwidth it consumed. And Overhaul was now processing multiple simultaneous reconstructions. Floor, walls, projectiles, defense, which meant his reaction time was degrading. Izuku found the opening. A half-second pause between Overhaul deconstructing a wall and reforming it, the brief window where both hands were committed to the reconstruction and couldn't be used defensively. He charged through the smoke, closed the distance, and drove the syringe into Overhaul's neck. The compound entered the bloodstream. Not venom, an accelerant. A compound that hypercharged cellular regeneration beyond conscious control. In a normal human, it would cause rapid, uncontrolled tissue growth. In a quirk user whose ability involved biological reconstruction, Overhaul screamed. His quirk went haywire. The deconstructive energy in his hands, fueled by the accelerant, began firing without his direction. The floor beneath his feet dissolved and reformed randomly. His own body started to shift, skin rippling, bones reshaping, as his Overhaul quirk began deconstructing and reconstructing him without input. He clutched his hands to his chest, trying to suppress the quirk. The accelerant was too strong. His fingers twitched. The gloves he'd removed were gone. There was nothing between his panicking quirk and his own body. Izuku grabbed both of Overhaul's wrists. The quirk energy licked at his skin, deconstruction rippling across his forearm, breaking down the outer layer of skin before the venom's regeneration rebuilt it. A cycle of destruction and repair that hurt like nothing Izuku had ever felt. He held on. He twisted both wrists outward, locking the joints, and pulled in opposite directions. Both elbows hyperextended. Both arms broke at the joint. Clean, structural breaks that severed the neural pathways between Overhaul's brain and his hands. Overhaul's quirk died. Without neural connection to his fingers, the deconstructive energy dissipated. The accelerant burned through his system and faded, leaving behind a man with two shattered arms and a quirk he could no longer activate. Overhaul screamed, a raw, inhuman sound of pain and loss. His hands, the instruments of his power, the tools of his empire, hung useless at his sides. "You will never touch another child," Izuku said. He let go. Overhaul collapsed. Izuku turned to the bed in the corner. Eri was staring at him. Her red eyes were wide, but not with fear, with something else. Something that looked like the first tentative glimmer of hope in a face that had forgotten what hope felt like. He knelt beside her bed. Without the mask, he'd lost it during the fight, knocked off by a piece of shrapnel. He was just a teenager, a scarred, bleeding, exhausted teenager with green hair and green eyes and an expression that, for the first time in months, was soft. "You are safe," he said. His voice was quiet. No modulator, no bass rumble, just Izuku. "No one will hurt you again." Eri's lower lip trembled. Her small hands, wrapped in bandages that Izuku could see were stained with old blood, reached toward him. She touched his face. Her fingertips were cold. She didn't say anything. She didn't need to. She curled forward and pressed her face into his chest, and her tiny body shook with sobs that had been held back for years. Izuku held her. Gently, carefully. The same hands that had shattered Overhaul's arms cradled a 6-year-old girl with the tenderness of someone who understood, on a fundamental level, what it felt like to be powerless in a world that valued only power. Harley found them like that. She stopped in the laboratory doorway, bat still in hand, face paint smeared with sweat, and her expression, usually a mask of playful violence, crumbled. Her eyes filled. "Oh," she whispered. Ivy arrived a moment later. She saw Eri. She saw the laboratory. She saw the bandages, the operating tables, the quirk-destroying bullets in their cases. The vine around her wrist tightened until it drew blood. "Burn it," Ivy said. "All of it." Izuku stood, Eri in his arms. The girl weighed almost nothing, malnourished, underweight, fragile in a way that made his rage expand until it filled every cell of his body. Burn it, he agreed. Ivy's quirk pulsed. Every plant in her network around the compound responded. Roots erupted through the foundation, tearing apart the laboratory equipment, crushing the cases of quirk-destroying bullets, pulling the operating tables into the earth. She grew a species of highly combustible fungus across the laboratory walls and ignited it with a friction technique she'd developed, rubbing two vine surfaces together at speed until they sparked. The laboratory burned. The compound burned. Overhaul's empire burned. Izuku carried Eri out through the ruined front gate. Behind them, the Shihasaikai compound collapsed into a pit of flames and roots, swallowed by the earth and consumed by the fire. The Yakuza members who were still conscious were bound and left outside the perimeter for police. Overhaul was alive, barely. Both arms destroyed. Quirk neutralized, empire in ashes. When the police found him in the wreckage, he was staring at his useless hands and weeping. Izuku didn't deliver Eri to a hospital. Hospitals meant records, meant the commission, meant the possibility that the system that had failed to find her for years would fail to protect her now. Instead, he brought her to the one place he trusted, UA's front gate. 3 a.m. He laid Eri on the steps, wrapped in his own jacket, and placed a note beside her. Her name is Eri. She has been tortured by the Shihasaikai for years. Her quirk is rewind. She needs protection, medical attention, and people who will treat her like a child, not a weapon. If you fail her, I will come back, and I will not be polite. Bane. He rang the gate bell and disappeared into the night. Aizawa found her 7 minutes later. He read the note. He looked at the sleeping girl. He looked at the distant shadows where 3 figures had vanished. He picked Eri up, carried her inside, and did not fail her. Bakugo came to the warehouse on a Thursday evening. Alone, Izuku sensed him through Ivy's perimeter network, a single figure approaching from the south, elevated heart rate, deliberate pace. Not hostile, nervous, proud. The biosignature of someone who was about to do the hardest thing they'd ever done. Izuku opened the door before Bakugo could knock. They stared at each other. The last time they'd been this close, Izuku had dislocated Bakugo's shoulder in a hallway. The shoulder had healed. The memory hadn't. Bakugo's jaw worked. His hands were in his pockets, a containment gesture keeping the palms that wanted to explode from doing so. His eyes were red and fierce, but beneath the fierceness was something raw. "Teach me," Bakugo said. 2 words. Each one cost him a piece of the armor he'd built around his ego since childhood. "Why?" Izuku asked. "Because you beat me, without a quirk, without chemicals, just your hands. And every time I replay that fight in my head, I can't figure out how." His jaw tightened. "I need to know. I need to be stronger." "Why?" "Because the world is full of things like the Nomu in the League and whatever comes next, and if I can't beat a quirkless guy in a hallway, how the hell am I supposed to protect anyone?" Izuku studied him. The boy who had tormented him. Shueisha said. The boy who had told him to kill himself. The boy who, despite everything, had the raw talent and drive to be something extraordinary, if he could get out of his own way. "No explosions," Izuku said. "No quirk. You learn to fight the way I did. If you cannot fight without your quirk, you will never truly fight with it." Bakugo's jaw clenched harder. Giving up his quirk in training was like asking a bird to walk. But he nodded. "Every evening, 6 p.m. You come here, you train until I tell you to stop, and you do exactly what I say. If you argue, you leave. If you quit, you don't come back." "I don't quit." "Prove it." The training was brutal. Izuku didn't hold back. Not the difficulty, not the intensity, not the criticism. Push-ups until failure. Pull-ups until failure. Grappling drills that left Bakugo face down on the mat with his arm twisted behind his back. Striking combinations drilled until they were reflex, then drilled more until the reflex was perfect. Bakugo raged. He swore. He punched walls and screamed in frustration when his body failed him. But he came back. Every evening. 6 p.m. Without fail. In the 3rd week, during a grappling session, Bakugo managed to reverse a hold that Izuku had put him in. It was sloppy. His hips were too high, his grip was wrong, but the instinct was there. The explosive combat intuition that made Bakugo dangerous with his quirk was translating slowly into foundational martial arts competence. "Better," Izuku said. The word hit Bakugo harder than any punch. In the 5th week, Bakugo asked the question during a rest break. Why do you do this? The vigilante thing. The mask, the compound, all of it. You could have enrolled at UA. You could have gone through the system, gotten a license, done this legally. Why this way? Izuku handed him a water bottle. Because the system is designed to exclude me. I am quirkless. The hero license exam requires quirk registration. The hero curriculum is built around quirk development. Every entrance requirement, every evaluation metric, every career path assumes that the applicant has a quirk. I do not. And rather than change to accommodate people like me, the system told me I was impossible and moved on. He sat on the mat beside Bakugo. Without the mask, without the venom, he was just Izuku, the boy Bakugo had grown up with, transformed beyond recognition but still carrying the same fundamental core. I refuse to be a pawn in their game. I refuse to ask permission to protect people, and I refuse to accept that genetics determine value. He looked at Bakugo. You have a powerful quirk, but you also have powerful will. Learn to fight without the quirk, and the quirk becomes exponential instead of foundational. Bakugo was quiet for a long time. Then, I used to tell you that you were worthless. I remember. I was wrong. The words hung in the air like smoke. Bakugo didn't apologize. He wasn't built for apologies, and Izuku didn't need one. The acknowledgement was enough. Yes, Izuku said. You were. He stood and offered his hand. Bakugo took it. Izuku pulled him to his feet. Again. They trained All for One escape Tartarus on a Tuesday. The breakout was months of manipulation, corrupted guards, disabled security systems, and a coordinated external assault that drew the prison's hero defenders away from the containment wing. By the time the alarm sounded, All for One was already free, walking through the ruins of the prison's outer wall with the casual pace of someone going for a morning stroll. He took 27 quirks from the guards and prisoners he passed on his way out. Not because he needed them, because he could. The news broke at 6 a.m. Every channel, every feed, every emergency broadcast. All for One escapes Tartarus. National emergency declared. Izuku was already awake. He'd been training since 4:30. The routine never stopped, never slowed, even on days when the world wasn't ending. He heard the broadcast through the warehouse's audio system and stopped mid-rep. Harley emerged from the sleeping quarters, the counselor already in hand. Ivy was already at her station, palms pressed to the floor, root network fully deployed. He's heading for Musutafu, Ivy said. Her voice was tighter than usual. I can feel the seismic disruptions. He's moving through the underground tunnel system beneath the city. He has companions, at least 6 individuals with heavy biosignatures. Nomus, Izuku said. Likely. He's coming here, Harley said. Not a question. Yes. Izuku walked to the Venom station. The tank was full. Ivy's improved binding agent, synthesized from the revived plant species, gleaming neon green through the transparent reservoir. He strapped it on, connected the tubes, sealed the gauntlets. He wants the formula, Izuku said. He knows he can't steal it as a quirk, but he'll try to take it by force. The compound, the delivery system, the binding agent. If he gets them, he'll reverse engineer them and add chemical enhancement to his arsenal. He pulled on the mask, the white lenses activated. He will not get them. He looked at Harley and Ivy, his partners, his family. This is the fight, the one everything has been building toward. All for One is the most dangerous being alive. He has dozens of quirks, centuries of combat experience, and an intelligence that rivals anything I've encountered. Sounds fun, Harley said, grinning. But her eyes were serious. The Nomus are your priority. Keep them off me. I need a clear engagement with All for One. No distractions, no interference. Can you do that? Harley spun the counselor. Babe, it's what I do. Ivy rose from the floor. Vines crawled up her arms, thick and thorned, coiling around her like living armor. The root network is primed. I can generate barriers, seal streets, and funnel his forces into kill zones. The Nomus won't reach you. Then let's go. They didn't wait in the warehouse. Izuku believed in choosing the battlefield and a confined space favored All for One's area destruction quirks. Instead, they moved to the Mustafu Industrial District, a zone of abandoned factories, empty lots, and wide streets with minimal civilian presence. Ivy seeded the area as they moved, her quirk-growing root networks through the concrete, preparing the terrain. Harley scouted the perimeter, identifying approaches and sightlines. Izuku stood at the center of a wide intersection, venom dormant, and waited. All for One arrived at noon. He came from the north, walking down the center of the street, flanked by 6 nomus, each one a grotesque biological weapon, different sizes and configurations, all sharing the same dead eyes and exposed brain casings. Behind the nomus, at a distance, Shigaraki lurked. The man-child with the hand fixation, brought along because his master willed it. His eyes, visible between the fingers of his mask, were wide with a combination of excitement and barely suppressed terror. All for One stopped 50 meters from Izuku. The street between them was empty. The wind carried dust and the distant sound of emergency sirens. Izuku Midoriya, All for One said. His voice carried effortlessly, warm and conversational, as if they were meeting for tea. I told you we would speak again. You said when you were free. You are free. Say what you came to say. I came to offer you the world. Your compound, your venom, is the most remarkable non-quirk enhancement I've encountered in 200 years of existence. With my resources, we could scale it, mass produce it, create an army of enhanced individuals, quirkless and quirk users alike, that would make the hero commission irrelevant overnight. And who would lead this army? Who do you think? You. That's always the answer with you. Every offer, every alliance, every manipulation, it all leads back to your control. Izuku's masked voice rumbled through the empty street. I told you in Tartarus, I am not something you can steal from. All for One side. It was theatrical, deliberate, the sigh of a parent dealing with a stubborn child. Then I'll take what I need. He raised his hand. The nomus charged. 6 biological weapons, each one engineered for specific combat functions, descended on the intersection like a wave of engineered nightmare. One was a speed type, a blur of motion that covered the distance in heartbeats. One was a tank type, massive and armored, its footsteps cracking the asphalt. One had wings. One had multiple arms. 2 were standard combat models, similar to the one Izuku had broken at the USJ. Ivy's plants erupted from the ground. The street split open as root systems the size of tree trunks surged upward, forming barriers that channeled the nomus into separate paths. Thorn walls grew across the wide intersection, dividing the open space into corridors that prevented the 6 nomus from attacking as a coordinated unit. The tank type hit the first barrier and smashed through it. Ivy grew another behind it, and another, an endless series of organic walls that slowed its advance without stopping it. The speed type tried to go over. Wings would have helped, but Ivy anticipated that and grew a canopy of interlocking branches overhead, turning the corridor into a tunnel. Harley engaged the speed type. It came at her fast, faster than Stain, faster than anything she'd faced. She didn't try to match its speed. Instead, she used the confined corridor to her advantage, bouncing off Ivy's thorn walls, using them as platforms and springboards, turning the Nomu's straight-line speed into a liability in a space that required constant directional changes. The counselor connected with the speed type's knee as it passed her. The joint buckled. The Nomu stumbled, momentum carrying it into a thorn wall that ripped into its flesh. Harley was on it instantly, bat swinging in a 2-handed overhead strike that caved in the exposed brain casing. The Nomu went limp. 1 down, 5 to go. Ivy personally engaged the winged type. Her vines shot skyward, catching the Nomu's wings mid-flap, pulling it down to earth. It struggled, screaming, clawing at the organic restraints. Ivy grew thorns along the vines, thick, sharp, penetrating the Nomu's skin and injecting a sap-based paralytic she'd cultivated for exactly this purpose. The Nomu's struggles weakened. It collapsed. 2 down. The multi-armed type reached Harley. 4 arms, each one strong enough to crush steel. Harley's eyes went wide, but her grin didn't falter. She fought it in the corridor, bat work and acrobatics, ducking under grabs, spinning between arms, hitting joint after joint with targeted strikes. The Nomu caught her once, 1 arm wrapping around her waist, squeezing. She felt a rib crack. She screamed, brought the counselor down on the arm's elbow and shattered it. The grip loosened. She slipped free and finished the Nomu with a bat strike to the brain casing that she put every ounce of her remaining strength into. 3 down. And Harley was injured, cracked rib, labored breathing. But standing, the tank type finally broke through Ivy's barriers and charged toward the center of the intersection. Ivy grew a final barrier, not thorns this time, but a wall of solid wood, dense as oak, 3 feet thick. The tank type hit it and punched through, But the wall slowed it enough for Harley to find its trajectory. Harley didn't fight the tank. She guided it, using the corridors, the barriers, and her own movement to redirect the Nomu's charge into the two remaining standard combat models. All three Nomus collided. Ivy's roots erupted from the ground beneath them, entangling all three in a mass of thick, constricting vines that squeezed and squeezed until the sounds of cracking bone and crushed machinery filled the air. 6 Nomus. Neutralized. Harley and Ivy stood in the wreckage of the intersection, breathing hard, bleeding, victorious. The path between Izuku and All for One was clear. All for One hadn't moved. He'd watched his Nomus fall with the same placid expression he wore for everything. No surprise, no frustration, just observation. Impressive, he said. Your partners are remarkable. But they've served their purpose. This is between us now. Izuku dialed the venom to level 5, maximum output. The compound flooded his system and his body erupted. 7 feet, 280 pounds. Every muscle fiber enhanced to its structural maximum. Every nerve accelerated, every cell burning with green-lit power. The tubes blazed so bright they cast shadows in daylight. The ground cratered beneath his feet from the sheer density of his stance. All for One raised his hand. A combination of quirks activated simultaneously. Air cannon, kinetic booster, strength enhancement, spring-like limbs. The air in front of his palm compressed into a visible shockwave and fired. The blast hit Izuku like a freight train. He skidded backward 30 feet, boots carving trenches in the asphalt, but he didn't fall. He planted his feet and absorbed the remaining force through his frame, the venom's structural enhancement turning his skeleton into a scaffold that distributed the impact across his entire body. He charged. All for One fired again. Izuku angled his body, presenting the narrowest profile, and the second blast grazed his shoulder instead of hitting center mass. He closed 20 feet. All for One added more quirks. Impact recoil, a defensive ability that reflected kinetic energy back at the attacker. Izuku punched. His fist connected with All for One's guard. The impact recoil activated, sending the force of his own punch back through his arm. His fist bounced, the bones in his hand cracked. He grinned behind the mask. Kinetic reflection. Clever. He punched again. Same result. The force bounced back, cracking more bones. But the venom healed them in real time, and Izuku had a lifetime of experience with broken hands. He punched again and again and again. Each impact was reflected. Each reflection broke bones. Each break healed. And each punch transferred a portion of its force past the reflection. Impact recoil wasn't perfect. It couldn't reflect 100%. A fraction leaked through with every hit. 1%, 2%, 5% for the strongest strikes. Izuku hit All for One 50 times in 10 seconds. Each punch broke his hands. Each break healed. And each punch delivered a fraction of level 5 venom-enhanced force past the quirk's defense. The cumulative damage added up. All for One's guard weakened. His spring-like limbs absorbed less. His air cannon wavered. All for One shifted tactics. He activated a quirk Izuku hadn't seen before. Some form of matter disruption that made the air around his body vibrate at a molecular level, creating a field that damaged anything organic that entered it. Izuku's next punch entered the field, and the skin on his knuckles disintegrated. The venom rebuilt it. He kept punching. All for One activated another quirk, telekinesis, but on a massive scale. The asphalt beneath Izuku's feet ripped upward, carrying him skyward. Cars, lampposts, pieces of building, everything in a 50-meter radius lifted and converged on Izuku's position. Izuku punched through a car that flew at his face, kicked a lamppost out of the air, caught a chunk of concrete the size of a refrigerator and threw it back at All for One. The villain deconstructed it with a touch. They fought through the debris storm, All for One layering quirk upon quirk, spatial distortion, gravity manipulation, energy projection. The street was destroyed, buildings crumbled. The industrial district became a war zone. Izuku kept coming. Through every quirk, every barrier, every defensive layer, bleeding, breaking, healing, advancing, All for One reached for him. The hand that could steal quirks through contact, drove toward Izuku's chest. The same move he'd used on countless victims over centuries. The touch that would drain them of their power and add it to his collection. Izuku caught the wrist. I have no quirk to steal. His voice shook the air. The mask's modulator amplified it into something that rattled windows 3 blocks away. All for One's hand pressed against Izuku's chest. The quirk-stealing ability activated. It searched, it probed, it found nothing. No quirk factor, no genetic ability, no power to take, just muscle and bone and a chemical compound that existed outside the framework of quirks entirely. For the first time in 200 years, All For One's hand closed on empty air. "This is chemistry," Izuku said. He squeezed the wrist. Bones cracked. Discipline. He twisted, the joint dislocated, and will. He pulled All For One forward by the ruined wrist. Things you cannot steal. He released the wrist and drove his palm into All For One's chest. A push, not a punch, but a sustained pressure wave channeled through his entire body, the same technique he'd used on the Nomu at the USJ. All For One's impact recoil activated, but the push wasn't a single kinetic event. It was continuous pressure, and the quirk couldn't reflect what it couldn't distinguish from ambient force. All For One flew backward. He hit a building and went through it. The structure collapsed around him. Izuku followed. All For One emerged from the rubble, damaged but regenerating. One of his stolen quirks was a healing factor. His suit was torn, his ruined face was further damaged. But he was standing. "You are extraordinary," All For One said, and for the first time, the warmth in his voice was genuine. Truly. "In 2 centuries, no one has pushed me this far without a quirk. Then let me push you further." Izuku grabbed All For One by the front of his suit. Lifted him. The villain fired quirks at point-blank range. Air cannon, energy blasts, the molecular disruption field. Izuku's body absorbed the punishment, skin shredded and rebuilt, muscles tore and reformed. The venom screamed through his system, pushing past every limit, every threshold, every boundary of what chemistry and human will could achieve. He lifted All For One overhead. The villain struggled, quirks firing in all directions, desperate now, the composed mask finally cracking. He activated every defensive ability he had. Spring-like limbs compressed. Impact recoil charged. Hardening layers materialized across his body. Izuku brought him down. The backbreaker. The move that Bane used to break the Batman. The move that Izuku used to break the Nomu. The move that Goto had drilled into him until it was as natural as breathing. Gripped. Lift. Slammed. All For One's spine hit Izuku's raised knee with the force of a meteor impact. The shockwave shattered every window within 100 meters. The ground cratered in a circle that extended 30 feet in all directions. The spine cracked, not just a fracture, a catastrophic structural failure, vertebrae shattering, discs rupturing, the nerve column that connected All For One's brain to his body severing in multiple locations. His healing quirk activated, trying to repair the damage, but the break was too complex, too complete. The healing rebuilt bone around the fracture site, but couldn't reconnect the severed nerves. The regeneration factor had limits, and Izuku had exceeded them. All For One went limp across Izuku's knee. His quirks died, every active ability flickering out as the neural signals from his brain failed to reach the rest of his body. His arms dropped. His legs stopped moving. Izuku held him there for a long moment. The villain who had terrorized Japan for centuries, broken across his knee like a stick. Then he set All For One down on the ground. Carefully. Almost gently. The silence that followed was absolute. The industrial district was ruined. Buildings collapsed, streets cratered, debris scattered for blocks. Dust settled over everything like gray snow. Izuku stood in the center of the destruction, venom tubes still glowing, mask lenses gleaming. His body was a wreck, burns, lacerations, fractures healing in real time, every inch of him marked by the worst fight of his life. But he was standing. Pro-heroes arrived. Dozens of them, led by All Might, skeletal now, no muscle form left, the retired symbol of peace reduced to his true body. But he was here. He'd come. And behind him, the current roster of top heroes, Endeavor, Hawks, Best Jeanist, Edgeshot. They saw the crater. They saw All For One. They saw the masked figure standing over Japan's greatest villain. All Might walked through the rubble. His footsteps were thin, uncertain, the body of a man whose power had been spent, but his eyes were clear. He stopped in front of Izuku. "You've done what I couldn't," All Might said. "Again. Your system was built on cracks." Izuku's voice, even through the modulator, was exhausted, human. "I am just making people see them. What will you do now?" Izuku looked at the ruined street, at the heroes assembling around the crater, at All For One, broken and paralyzed, being loaded onto a medical stretcher by emergency personnel, at the news helicopters circling overhead, cameras capturing everything. "Keep fighting," he said. On my terms, until this world stops worshipping genetic accidents and starts valuing effort. He turned. Harley was there, cracked rib taped, face paint smeared, grinning through the pain. Ivy was there, vines retracting, green jacket torn, quiet and steady as always. They fell in beside him, his partners, his family. They walked away from the crater, away from the heroes, away from the cameras. 3 figures silhouetted against the afternoon sun, walking into the empty streets. All Might watched them go. His hands were shaking, not from weakness, from something else. He's not a hero, Endeavor said beside him. The number 2 hero's voice held something it had never held before. Uncertainty. No, All Might said softly. He's something we don't have a word for yet. Do we let him go? All Might was silent for a long time. Then, we couldn't stop him if we tried. 6 months later, the Hero Public Safety Commission underwent its most significant restructuring since its founding. 3 commissioners were removed for corruption. Harley's recorded evidence, combined with the documents Izuku had funneled to journalists, exposed financial ties between commission officials and criminal organizations, including the Shi Hasaikai. The new president was a reformer, a former public defender named Sato Kenji, who ran on a platform of transparency and accountability. The Quirk Enhancement Regulation Act was formally withdrawn. In its place, new legislation was drafted, collaboratively with input from civil liberties organizations, Quirkless advocacy groups, and anonymously from a legal analysis that appeared on a public policy forum under the username Green Legacy. The new law established protections for quirkless individuals in the workforce, education system, and public life. It also created a framework for non-quirk enhancement technologies that balance safety with personal freedom. Quirk discrimination lawsuits were filed in 12 prefectures. 6 reached trial. All 6 resulted in landmark rulings that expanded the legal definition of discrimination to include quirk-based exclusion, a category that had never existed in Japanese law. UA implemented new training protocols. Aizawa, who had been quietly studying Bane's methods for months, introduced a mandatory combat fundamentals course for all hero track students. No quirks allowed. Hand-to-hand combat, grappling, tactical analysis, environmental awareness. The course was brutal, unpopular, and after the first semester, unanimously rated by students as the most valuable class they'd ever taken, Bakugo graduated from Izuku's personal training after 4 months. He was a different fighter, still explosive, still aggressive, but with a foundation of martial arts knowledge that transformed his combat style from a hurricane into a scalpel. His first internship evaluation noted that his hand-to-hand combat proficiency was exceptional and unusually well-rounded for a student whose quirk would normally preclude close quarters development. He never told anyone who trained him. When asked, he said, "Someone who earned the right." Class 1A talked about Bane in hushed, reverent tones. Not as a hero, not as a villain, as a standard, the thing they measured themselves against. The proof that quirks were an advantage, not a requirement, and that anyone who relied solely on their quirk was building on sand. Todoroki started using his fire. Uraraka enrolled in a martial arts course. Ida began studying tactical analysis outside the hero curriculum. And Eri, small, white-haired, red-eyed Eri, lived at UA under Aizawa's guardianship. She was healing, slowly, painfully, with the stuttering progress of someone learning to trust a world that had given her no reason to. She had a room with a window. She had meals that nobody forced on her. She had people who touched her gently and didn't take anything. She had a drawing on her wall, a crayon picture of a large green figure with white eyes standing between a girl with a bat and a girl with flowers. Underneath, in shaky handwriting, "The people who saved me." The League of Villains scattered. Without All for One, the organization lost its spine, and given what Izuku had done to their leader, literally, Shigaraki disappeared. Dabi went underground. Toga vanished into the margins. The threat wasn't gone. People like that didn't stop existing, but the organization was broken, leaderless, and afraid. The name Bane appeared on a global watch list, not as a threat classification, but as a phenomenon. Intelligence agencies from 12 countries requested information. None received it. The green monster was Japan's problem, Japan's miracle, Japan's question mark. Crime rates in Musutafu hit a 30-year low. The rooftop overlooked the city from the industrial district's highest point, an old water tower platform that Ivy had reinforced with living wood and covered with soft moss. It had become their place, the spot they came to after missions, after fights, after the kind of days that reminded them why they did this. Izuku sat on the edge, legs hanging over the city, mask off, venom dormant. The evening skyline of Musutafu spread before him, a tapestry of lights and life and people going home to families, to dinners, to the ordinary moments that mattered more than any headline. Harley sat on his right shoulder. Literally. She'd climbed up there because she could and because it annoyed Ivy, which was half the reason she did anything. Ivy leaned against his left side, her head resting on his shoulder, a vine lazily coiling and uncoiling around her wrist. Her eyes were half closed. The route network was quiet tonight. No threats, no disturbances, just the hum of a city that was for the moment at peace. The hero billboards that had once dominated the skyline were changing. Some remained. All Might's retired image still stood at the intersection of 3rd and Central, a monument to what had been. But new murals were appearing alongside them. Firefighters, paramedics, teachers, engineers, construction workers who rebuilt after disasters, the people who earned their heroism through effort and dedication rather than genetic lottery. One mural, Harley's favorite, depicted a pair of hands. Just hands. No quirk indicators, no glowing effects. Working hands, calloused and scarred, reaching upward. The caption read, "Strength is built, not born." Harley had cried when she first saw it. She denied it afterward, claiming allergies, but Izuku and Ivy both knew. So, big guy, Harley said from her perch on his shoulder, we broke the bad guys. We changed the system. What's next? Izuku looked at the city, at the people walking freely below, unafraid, at the new murals and the old billboards and the skyline that was slowly, incrementally becoming something better. At the world that had told him he was nothing and had to learn, one broken spine at a time, that it was wrong. We keep watch, he said. We stay ready, because the moment people forget that power must be earned. Ivy opened her eyes. The green caught the city lights and held them. You'll be there to remind them. Izuku smiled behind his face. Not the mask, just his face, the real one. The 15-year-old boy from Musutafu who'd found a journal in a basement and decided to become something the world had never seen. Always. Harley planted a kiss on top of his head from her shoulder perch. Ivy's hand found his and squeezed. The vine around her wrist reached across and gently looped around their joined fingers. Below them, the city breathed. Lived. Continued. Above them, the stars came out, one by one, indifferent to the legends that walked beneath them, indifferent to the boy who had been born with nothing and forged himself into something that shook the foundations of a world built on superpowers. The stars didn't care about Bane, but the world did, and the world would remember. 3 figures sat on a rooftop in the fading light, the brute, the acrobat, and the botanist, a family built from broken pieces. A team forged in the space between hero and villain, between legal and just, between what the world said was possible and what one quirkless teenager proved it wasn't. They sat there until the last light faded and the city was a galaxy beneath them. Then they disappeared into the night. Legends, whispered about in fear and admiration, the vigilante who broke the system. And the world was better for it. In the warehouse, on a desk beside a glowing green tank, a leather-bound journal lay open to its final page. The words, written in bold, deliberate strokes by a man born in a prison centuries ago, glowed faintly in the Venom's light. You are Bane. You are the breaking of everything that believes itself unbreakable. Now go, and show them what fear truly means. The journal closed, the light pulsed, and somewhere in the dark, the green monster kept watch, and...
The Chronos Legend roster. Huge respect to the legends fueling this journey. Your support is the engine behind everything we do. Whether you're on the front lines or reaching for the stars, you make this possible. Pro heroes. The elite front line, stepping up and setting the pace for the whole community. Rathakit, Dylan the Proud, D.I., Fire 05, Symbol of peace, the pillars of the community, the titans who keep our foundations solid and the hype alive. Yamal, Christian Mullins, Bully Maguire Shadow, Kenneth Ponteras, Neostar Productions, Asael Cardenas, Shaquan Simmons, Elijah Saunders, Peter Hamilton, Freddie Rose, Omega, Chris Talley, Alexander Thompson, Remorsefuls, Black Vein, Joshua Hedrington, Aaron Abercrombie, Drift SKER, Corey Tokars, Jan, Devin Black, Crow, Joe Bros, Ray Von Crimson River, Dante Alaster, Adam Youngers, Blood Saints, Donna Cafe, Zeph, K, Howie 60, Ignacio, Albert. Hope of the universe. The ultimate guardians, celestial tier supporters whose impact shines across the galaxy. Tayshawn Palmer, Keyshawn, Cold Bane 4, The Maniac 563, Sean Brooks, Debbie Vo, L.S. Morningstar, Marl, Spintown, Ixshoot 50, Greg Green, James, Juan, and Zeno KJ. Izuku really said, "I'm him," and meant it. If this story hit different, subscribe for more unhinged fanfiction where protagonists actually win. Comment your favorite moment. Mine's when he broke Stain like a Kit Kat bar. Y'all are legends. See you next time.